Wow,
Hey,
that is harassment.
That dissatisfment.
That is media illiteracy. You literally think plot armor is bad, Connor. You shouldn't judge stories.
hey, that's my thing.
Yeah.
Also, the
After
the editing for
I
that
uploaded the
has come
after I uploaded
very
the oh nice. After I uploaded the Eve of the Daleks reaction, I was like, man, I should have included more tweets because I think I only included one.
I listened to most of it. I wasn't physically watching it. I was just
Hey,
doing stuff while I had it on.
Kellen, can you make a
Just
new room,
listened to it,
please?
it was funny.
Can you make a new room, please?
I mean, I don't really have the tools to do it, but I guess I can.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I'm saying
You're
as
a-
if it's a physical room I'm making.
You're a fucking tool, is what you are.
You're hilarious.
Right.
Well, if it was a tool, then you would be able to build the room.
Apparently, Bad Wolf Archives posed a question on who is the best written non-Doctor Doccy Who character. It's a good question. There's a lot of characters. I guess what's the criteria? What's the criteria? Because some characters have a lot more screen time, as we discussed before we turned this on. I don't know. It's a really good question.
I think I'd choose between like Martha or Donna.
Wilfred's pretty good
because like it'll have to be. Well, yeah, but I think because like Wilfred is good, but Donna and Martha get way more development just by virtue of having way more screen time.
Yeah, it's tempting to pick something.
Wolf is really good, but Izzy is not. Yeah,
it's very.
There are definitely other good characters. Though,
tempting to choose someone written by Russell T Davies because he's very good with characters, but there's a lot. There's 26 years of Classic Who to consider. I think when you talk about like Doctor Who,
that's kind of why.
When you talk about Doctor Who canon, there's a lot of screen time for Sarah Jane because she's in the Classic Who, New
Connor,
Who,
you know
her
there's no such thing as Doctor Who canon.
Fire the cannon. You watched that film, didn't you, Callum?
I did. It's not good.
Oh my god, you look like a baby 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Hi guys!
I know.
I'm gonna go to football and play darts with my dad. That's what you look like. Whereas now you're just like...
I never went out and played football.
Oh. Wow.
That was 2018, and that was like...
Oh, that was the year you discovered me.
Was that before Chibnall era?
It was the start of it.
No, 2018 was the start.
I mean, technically,
which means you already had.
Technically, the last scene in Twice Upon a Time is Chibnall era.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant!
I guess.
That's what it's like.
The first video I watched,
easily the best thing Chibnall has written.
The first video I watched of the channel was the school reunion reaction.
That's right. Adam was talking over it too much, so Jay couldn't hear the dialogue. We have began.
School reunion, the episode we're talking about like 2 days ago that people hate. Oh, hello. People just heard me talking about school reunion.
I mean, I don't think a lot of people hate school reunion. I just think they hate Rose.
Yeah, which is stupid as well. But
yeah.
Huh. I mean, no, you are allowed to hate whatever you want to hate.
As
the reasoning I've heard is retarded.
Fucking Milo Clancy from the Space Pirates is the best character. I just want to eat my egg.
Do you have a link for the stream so I can have chat open?
Milo Clancy is...
Apparently, I didn't get a notification, so...
Milo Clancy is a very endearing person, but he's possibly a Mary Sue. There's an argument for it. Actually, no, that's not true, because people think he's a murderer, so he's not a Mary Sue. People's judgment of him is unfair. But he is he's a good one. Wish that story.
I mean, clearly
Wasn't
the
missing.
best written not non-Doctor character in Doctor Who is James Corden's character.
Craig Owens.
Everyone knows him.
Alfie!
Yes, Craig. I forgot his name.
Alfie! And then he chats up that woman by the bra section in the department store.
Did someone in chat say Ryan was the best written character?
I do
I hope it's a joke.
I do a lot of running.
I hope it's I do hope that's a joke.
I know. I
No,
noticed.
the thing is, if someone were to joke, I imagine they'd pick Yaz because
remember,
she has no development.
remember when Marcus was on here and we did that video that Davis did about the finales. So Davis on Twitter has said that they think Ryan is better than the Brigadier as a character.
Sure.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Classic Who, so I can't comment, but I'm gonna assume.
Well, I've seen
that
a
is
good amount of.
I mean, the Brigadier is in a
that
lot.
guy.
We're talking about screen time. He's in a lot.
Yes.
I think people be harsh on Rosen school reunion.
Which Smiley be like a Cheshire cat, Captain Yates. United Nations Intelligence Task Force.
Fucking why is okay? YouTube is weird. It's a joke. I don't know how anyone could ironically think that. Oh, that's good.
I think Orgy, you need to look at yourself in the mirror.
Thank God.
You need to ask yourself the question: what is the reason why you think that? Because I think if you do some soul searching, you'll figure out it's more you and not them. Fucking get burned, son.
Yaz is the best because she's a lesbian. Well, the funny thing is that the scene where she came out is like the best scene in Eva the Dalek. So
I mean, if you look at the tension that she had with the Master in Spyfall Part 1, I'd say she's probably bisexual.
She probably is, but that's the point is that she's in love with a doctor.
Yeah, but she does that gambling scene with the Master, and they're very close.
That went nowhere as well. That went absolutely nowhere.
Well,
I mean, the things that was so confusing about Spyfall.
Are you telling me that a plot point in Spyfall was not properly developed? That is insane. I never heard that take before.
I mean, I'm the expert on Spyfall.
But Callum, it's just a fun James Bond film. Just get over it. Stop taking it seriously.
It's not even fun.
It's not even James Bond.
They do James Bond for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's clearly trying to parody it, but it's like
name's Doctor.
Not really.
The Doctor.
Oh, that annoyed me so much. The funniest part for me was when they got on that fucking chase on motorcycles, and it looked like the worst thing ever. Like
it was the worst.
So
thing
poorly
ever.
shot.
I mean,
oh yeah, it was hilarious.
We've got Jaden Yugi in the chat. I'm gonna say maybe if the Doctor said "get your game on," it would have been better. Get your game on!
Like, nah,
it's not. Jaden doesn't have the gravitas of Atem. Oh no!
Eve is one of the better Chibnall episodes. No, it's not.
No,
There's
one of
some-
the, I would say it's one of the
It's
worst.
one of his mid. I would say it's like mid-tier Chibnall.
I would say it's one of his worst.
Like it's nowhere
Which
near.
is-
I think
yeah.
it's
Oh,
fucking
I
awful.
wouldn't say it's anywhere near as bad as Vanquishers or
Okay,
what was the episode before Vanquishers?
Survivors. But yeah,
Survivors
like,
of the Flux.
well, I mean,
Or
there's
Timeless Children.
well, there's some of the absolute worst.
Well, yeah. So like those are the worst. I would say like Eva the Daleks is kind of like mid Chibnall. It's like that's like the average Chibnall episode.
I mean, I guess so.
Yeah, and like the good ones would be like Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror, Villa Diodati, and
Okay, well, to be
Village
fair,
of the Angels.
that's not actually written by Chibnall.
I was just counting Chibnall.
I mean,
but
Village of the Angels, I
then
guess.
it would be Village.
I guess
Yeah.
Village of the Angels at a stretch, yeah, because it's got his name on it.
Well, Village of the Angels is co-written by him, so
Yeah,
yeah.
true.
Well, supposedly
We have to.
It was way
Here's
better
the
than
sad
any
thing.
other Chibnall episode.
Here's the sad thing. You have to count Chibnall as part of writing that if you want to count Russell as writing Waters of Mars, because that's also co-written. So there you go.
That's true. Yeah.
I could see an argument
Resolutionary. I think Eve is the better of all three.
I think it's the worst
Dalek
one.
episodes from Chibnall.
I think it's the worst one. I think Eve is fucking
I
garbage.
think Revolution is the worst one.
Yeah,
No.
on the reaction we had when you come, we kind of agreed
it makes
that
England stupid for no reason.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
kind of agreed that was the worst one.
but Eve makes the Daleks worse than Revolution. I think Revolution's more of a Doctor problem though, and a world building problem. Because
Well,
like,
the Daleks miss the
I take
TARDIS.
I do.
yeah, that's also stupid.
But
I take
that's not comparable to
the assassination of the Doctor way more seriously than the Daleks.
They
being
also don't
incompetent,
shoot
you know?
Captain Jack, Robson, Graham, and Ryan when they clearly can.
That's true.
All three of them suffer the same problems.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, just even the Daleks
I
is
will
on
say, I think probably
Revolution
level.
just goes
running around.
above and beyond.
I think the scene with the Doctor murders a TARDIS is probably worse than any scene in Eve, arguably.
Yeah, exactly. That's like one of the worst things I think
probably-
Chibnall's done.
Yeah.
I think I probably got more beef
Yeah,
with that.
that's-
I think the handling of the romance in Eve with like the shoe collector is a big
Like, do
is a
you
biggie.
remember the goddamn scene with
Oh,
the
yeah,
Prime
that was
Minister
insane.
Yeah.
where she gets killed so stupidly?
I think I just have
There's so much wrong.
I have a lot of beef with Eve mainly because of how the romance is handled, like the shoe
Oh,
collector.
I don't get me wrong. Eve is fucking terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're like arguing about three.
It's funny because when
which is one
when the first one came out, the resolution one came out, I was thinking the romance in that was shit too. But that was compared to Eve, it's not even close. It's like the resolution one's just a bit.
I forgot there was a romance subplot in that episode.
It's just a bit like nothing. It's just a bit hollow. It's just like, oh, the woman turns into a Dalek for a bit, and then at the end they hold hands. But with Eve, it's literally the guy is a fucking creep who collects shoes from his ex-girlfriends and gets nervous when asked, "Are they still alive?"
Has stalked this woman for 3 years,
and then she's like, "You know what? You're a bit weird." And then she loves him at the end.
He's a good-hearted weirdo.
He's a good-hearted weirdo.
Good weirdo like the Doctor.
Yeah, so it's a race.
That was one of the moments in the episode.
You got
like,
a point there.
That's
It's a race to the bottom with Chibnall episodes.
And you know what's also quite weird? Some people, even like Jay and Stu, like they thought that the opening scene was just like fine, and I find it extremely terrible, as we said during the reaction.
The Eve opening scene.
Yep.
Oh, that scene was terrible.
Yeah.
Like the way it was shot was terrible. The lighting was terrible. The acting was terrible.
I said it. I said it during the reaction. It was like a YouTube video.
Yeah, we mentioned that it looked like a Tom Scott parody. It was really bad.
So derivative is an interesting
was
variable
terrible.
because it's an authenticity standard, and I think people need to like do more research on that to qualify what level of derivative is damaging. Because I do think derivative is a problem, but at what point does it become a problem? Because something like Eve of the Eve of the Daleks,
they're going to be influences.
Eve of the Daleks. It depends on what you think. If you think it's an original idea or not, because I would say it might not be, because it's very much like a compilation of ideas, whereas Revolution rips scenes and changes the dialogue.
Well, and it's also like in our reaction, we said this is just Voyage of the Damned, but in a time loop. So it's like, is it really all that original? It's like,
well, I mean, like
trying to say like
Groundhog
an
Day
idea,
is
it's
like
original,
that.
isn't it?
Chimes of Midnight is like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
and also, I think I said on the last
Okay.
EDAR that I actually think that Eve, because it wastes a better idea, arguably could make it worse than something that doesn't.
Mhm. Yeah, but then there's also like when we have something like, oh yeah, this idea is so simple, and
Anyway,
I just should
I'm
fuck it
not.
up.
I'm
And it's kind of
honestly.
like, wow,
I'm not
you're
even
really on
that.
top.
I'm not
So
even
either way,
that.
it's gonna be really.
I'm not even that bothered to argue about it because all 3 of his specials are just crap. All 4, if you count Spyfall Part 1, because that's also a New Year's special too. That's right, we've gotten 4 Chibnall
And we
specials.
still got 2 more specials before we can finally fucking.
We got the Sea Devils coming back.
I think Legend of the Sea
Yeah,
Devils.
that's gonna be fun.
If the rumors are true that it's a co-written one, I think it has a chance of being okay. But we'll see.
Co-written by whom, though?
Ella Road. She's never written before for Doctor Who. I don't know what her style's like, but
So,
because
That's
she's
always gone
but
so well for this era.
but because she's an unknown, it might be a good sign, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, who knows?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not bothered about originality. I'm bothered about the execution.
Yeah. We even said in what Jep said in our reaction that like Chibnall has had some of the best ideas ever for Doctor Who. He just really doesn't know how to execute them, which is the issue for him.
Yeah.
So just having good ideas isn't.
I think
just the
I think I
Mm.
think that the more authenticity and originality there is, it's nice, but it's not a priority for me. I think it's something that we should strive for if we can, but it's sometimes not possible.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think authenticity standards.
I mean, it's the thing where like you're obviously always gonna be
authenticity
taking
standards are
something from
difficult.
a lot when you're writing.
They are difficult because it's hard to measure it when you haven't seen every piece of media ever made. So how can you know if it's been done before if you don't know?
Yeah, and then there's the idea of like inspiration versus just copying an idea. It's like there's much more to it than just being like, oh yeah,
I'm just gonna go
similar to this other story.
I'm just gonna go grab an Ethernet cable so we have better connection.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Stream's probably gonna go down for a sec.
I mean, original ideas can be bad. I mean, yeah, they can, but like we always say about everything, it's about the execution.
Marcus, is the EFAP video still happening? Yes, but I deleted it indefinitely. Just kind of overall the drama. Whenever I get motivation back, I'll get back into it. Like the script I had, I gotta kind of change it like fully after a lot of shit that's happened. So. Yeah.
Spyfall was just an episode that aired on New Year's. Yeah, and it was trash.
Yeah, I think
you know what's really funny. I thought I was one of the rare people when it came out that was just like, yeah, this isn't that good, guys. Yeah, people were giving it like 9s on Twitter after it came out.
I remember when I was watching it, I was planning on reviewing the entirety of Series 12. And as I was watching and taking notes, I was like, dude, I'm like 15 minutes into this episode and my notes are already so fucking long that if I continue on with this, like, I'm not going to have time to watch both episodes. So I was like, okay, I'm just not going to review this series. So I knew it was bad from the start.
Shit, like, I don't know if I include this in the video, but like, how did they find the Doctor? Someone who's incredibly hard to find.
Someone who they don't know who it looks like because he confirms that later in the episode.
Who did?
What's his face? The MIT guy. He's like, oh, he thinks that Graham is the Doctor. So it's like, oh, how did you know how to find the Doctor?
That? Oh God, that's so
weird. Yeah, and then which also makes me think, if you don't know that she's the Doctor, how would you know who the fucking companions are? It just seems like they kidnapped a bunch of people, and they're lucky that they happen to be like the Doctor.
Also, the guy that died in the car knew the Doctor was a woman because he's the one that approaches her while she's working on the TARDIS.
Yeah, but the guy who told them to go after the Doctor doesn't know who the Doctor is. It's hilarious.
Why?
It's part of the joke. They needed the fucking
head and upgrade. Stupid though.
Yeah. Like in 13th Doctor era is salvageable through Big Finish, so do you think the idea's characters are too fundamentally broken? I think some of the stories are too broken, but I think you could improve it in a way.
The difference is between I just because I'll have my say on it. The difference between the 6th Doctor and the 13th Doctor is that the 6th Doctor actually had some good material in his TV run, along with some bad stuff, whereas the 13th Doctor it's very scarce. It's very scarce. It's hard.
Yeah, it's like the Mexican Others on episodes, pretty much.
It's hard to really form a where do we go from here pathway because there's not a lot to work with. Whereas with Colin Baker's Doctor, there was always good stuff there. It just wasn't quite done in the way that it should have been done, if that makes sense. It's like it's a really, really good Doctor sideways, as opposed to having one that's fundamentally bad from the beginning to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like from the 13th Doctor era, like I don't think there's.
Are you two still there?
Stop. Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. It's disconnected and reconnected for a bit. We'll go to Singapore. Always saved by Singapore. Love me some Singapore. I love Singapore fried noodles.
Also, the 6th Doctor didn't have timeless shots. Big Finish is going to somehow to deal with that. Well, the thing is,
the thing is the 6th Doctor had the Valiard, which was unresolved. So there is that. But then they actually resolved it somewhat. Didn't really resolve it, but they gave him a sort of. I mean, the Valiard, I believe, is in his regeneration story in Big Finish. So that's something. But I think that the main thing that it resolved was it took what was already good on the TV show and formed it into something better. Is what it did. Especially when it gave, when they gave him the companion Evelyn Smythe, who was a very good match for him. And so when you get the combination of Big Finish in the early 2000s, forming Colin's character, and also giving him that new companion to bounce off, it changed, really changed the way he was written, and that made him great. That's why Jay often says that Colin's one of their favorite Doctors is mainly because of Big Finish, but also because of the actor as well. Because Colin's a great actor. He has a perfect balance of. He has that balance of being able to have a range and do all sorts of very intense drama, but he has that 80s charm as well. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, there's actually sometimes on TV he's actually quite good. You just have to. It just depends on when.
You could at least give Jodie some decent stories. Yeah, I think the idea with Jodie is like you have to do some standalone stories that have nothing to do with like her arc in the Chibnall era, and then you can have some decent stories in Big Finish. Mm-hmm. Which is kind of like why I think like Village of the Angels and shit like that is kind of like, yeah, you just put her in a scenario, and if it's written well, then you can still have a good story, even with like the rest of the era being shit. Though, Village of the Angels isn't entirely standalone, but you kind of get my point.
Mm. I always thought Colin was pretty great in his last season, to be honest. Maybe a little bit timid, just because it was a reaction to what the audience thought, but I think he's pretty great in his last season. I also really like him in the story that comes right before that too, because a lot of the harshness is a lot more tongue in cheek at that point, and when shit actually goes down, he does care. It's just the problem is earlier on when it's more like, rather than it being a well handled issue, it's more like his companions. I can't remember the way that Stu Bagful's, like the word they used. I think it's like Perry's his prisoner or something. It's really weird. I do think it's very hilarious, though. Like, it creates a lot of great comedy, but it's just when you actually look at it in, like, a serious way, it's like, why the fuck is the Doctor like this? Because Colin is very funny. That's something I can definitely say. He's very funny.
He's a very funny, very, very, very funny person.
Yeah. Especially when they pair him up with Patrick Troughton for one story. That's very funny. Oh dear. Anyway, so today we were supposed to be filming another video that's going to be coming up on the channel, but we had Jeb had to cancel because he's sick, and for some reason Tin's late, which is weird.
Yeah, Tin just disappeared. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Nicola Bryant and Colin Baker have fantastic chemistry and everything. They're excellent. So we are going to be doing a standard EDAR stream to film this time. We have chosen a video that's come out recently. Oh, is that like a? I think there's an ad over it. Anyway, but we're going to be doing a look at 5 is not bland. Shut up. We're going to be looking
I
at
don't agree with that.
Counselor Geeks' latest series ranking, and the reason why we're doing this is because we have a bit of history with this. Because if you remember way back when we started EDA, one of the first ones, me and Kellen looked there one of, I think it was series 1 to 10, and we did a lot of reading because there was a lot of controversy in there, and so it's going to be interesting to revisit this sort of thing now that Counselor Geeks has gone and updated it after having done their overdue Doctor Who reviews and their take twos and having, counted all of Chibnall era in there too. So it's going to be interesting to see what the updated list is like for them. I imagine it's probably still going to be quite controversial because Counselor Geeks has quite controversial things to say. But yeah, we'll have a look at it and we'll respond to it. And given that it's a half-hour video, I imagine it'll probably take us quite a bit through the stream, so that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in for
I'm excited.
A long one.
No,
you're not. I can tell by your voice.
Any last words before we walk the plank?
Not really.
Not really. No, we should probably get the video up on the watch together.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I see people talking about 5 in chat, and I haven't seen Classic Who, but the clips I've seen, I wouldn't call him bland. So that is.
No,
yeah,
I
I definitely disagree with that.
I think people think he's bland because he's non-commanding and he wears cricket gear that's like beige. It's like all surface level stuff, but he's not bland at all. He's a great character, and he's a great actor too. And he's great in Big Finish, too.
From what I've seen, his acting is amazing.
Because he's underrated in Big Finish, too, because people think he's bland there as well. And he's not. He's really not. Go listen. Anyone who thinks the Fifth Doctor is bland, go listen to Creatures of Beauty. That is a fucking brilliant story. Best thing Nick Briggs has ever written, in my opinion.
Take the contents of this video as an endorsement of the BBC in its current state. The news arm of the BBC continues to defend its recent history of anti-trans articles, ignoring the damage to the trans community.
Where's 10? Where's 10?
In the pinned comment below, you'll find links to my original video on the issue.
10, why aren't you here? We need you for this stuff.
We need our diversity higher.
Yeah. Where are you?
Ow, I just hit my head.
Good. Maybe it'll fix it.
Now I can spell properly.
Do we think Tin's just forgotten or asleep?
She did say she was sleepy earlier, but I don't think she would have just forgotten about. I don't know. Generally, no clue.
Spare Parts isn't written by Nick Briggs. It's written by Mark Platt. But yes, that's another great Fifth Doctor story.
2 follow-up videos from the YouTuber Sean, and a recent protest speech from Laura Kate Dale. Thank you. Now on with the video.
Well, this was always going to happen eventually.
I mean, yeah. You are a Doctor Who channel.
Well, we do it every year, seemingly.
Sometimes twice a year.
Yeah, I've been putting it off for long enough. It's time for me to start redoing some of my
Long enough?
Doctor
It's-
Who rankings.
Fox was only
which
done
I've
about
been
a month
putting off
ago.
for literally years now.
Dude.
I have not
Well,
done
yeah,
a
well-
Doctor Who
Oh,
ranking
oh, oh.
video since the start of Jodie Whittaker's tenure as the Doctor. And as it is now drawing to a close, and I
That's also that asterisk didn't include the other video they did where they ranked every episode of New Who, so they forgot about that.
do not expect the last few specials to move the needle.
You know what? You know what episode they had at the bottom?
Mm.
Was the
What?
Idiot's Lantern.
I mean, it's bad, but why is that bottom?
Apparently it offended them because of the father thing. It was like the fact that he goes
What?
back with the father at
What?
the end.
But that was great. That's like one of the feel good things in that episode.
I think it's fine. Like, but
I think maybe if
a
it was if they'd if they'd shown that it took time, it would have been better, because I think just instantly going back and forgiving him is a bit weird. But I don't think
But
it's
I think the idea
Is
would
that
be that he's
forgiving?
trying to help his father change into a better person rather than just forgiving him outright. That's the idea that they were
Counselor
trying to put forth there.
Counselor Geeks' stance on that was like, you shouldn't forgive someone that did that to you.
No, that's
stupid. Okay.
Anyway.
Especially when it's your father. you're gonna
Redemption
give
is
him
not a
another
thing,
chance.
apparently.
Yeah, that's weird.
Overall assessment of the various aspects of that era, I think it's time for me to start revisiting these. Now, arbitrarily, I'm starting with ranking the series. I think probably just because we just wrapped one up, so hey, why not? And yes, I will, over the course of this year, no promise on exactly when, but over the course of this year, I do plan to redo my rankings of Companions, the Master, and the Doctor. So you can look forward to those down the line. But this was where I
Dewan is at the
wanted to
bottom.
start. Now,
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I know they like Dewan.
I know, yeah. That was more wishful thinking.
You know what's
than
weird?
anything.
The weirdest thing I think Counselor Geeks is the only person I've ever seen say they like Sim at End of Time, but not in Sound of Drums.
What-
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's a very weird take.
Yeah, most
Yeah.
people I've seen on Twitter are like,
Now,
kind
I
of the
find
opposite.
Sim entertaining in End of Time, but the Sound of Drums Master is legitimately like
The
one of
Sound
the
of-
most competent villains in all of Doctor Who.
Sound of Drums Master is the best master, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I love the Sound of Drums Master. Oh,
yeah. From the
it's
shit I've
series
seen is definitely
series 3 John Sim, along with Delgado and Big Finish Derek Jacobi is my favorite. And also some of the crispy stuff too. I do love me some crispy master.
as you may have guessed, as I've alluded, I have done this before. You can check the previous ranking if you want. I haven't, so I don't actually know how much things have changed. I suspect more than a little bit. This isn't going to be a case of me simply slotting in the three series from Jodie Whittaker's era into the pre-existing list and not moving anything else. My assessment and opinions on things change over time. I don't really care if it's inconsistent with what I said before. This is what it is now.
Sure.
Well, it depends on what you
The
say.
other last thing to
but
Yeah. But
depends on what you mean by
the premise
inconsistent.
the premise of people can change their minds is yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's fine,
totally
yeah.
cool.
note before we get
But
started.
for
there are
both
going to
either, you still should what you say, like we always say about with a lot of people tend to just say things that just blatantly don't happen. You know?
Yeah, so there's a difference between changing your mind based on information that's changed or learned.
Yeah, exactly.
Or and then
Yeah.
there's the other option is being disingenuous, and that's the bad one.
14 entries on this because while we have had properly 13 series 1 through 12, and then Flux,
Oh, really?
I am also counting the David Tennant specials.
I
So that
hate it
is
when they
the
do
next
this.
Doctor through the end.
I don't like it when they do this because it's like it's not really a season. It's like really short.
It's not.
I know that Flux is also short, but like I don't know. I feel like
It's part of series 4.
Yeah, I've always seen it like that because, it ties back to like Fires of Pompeii and Planet of the Ood.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And also with Wilfred
Few
and everything.
absolute bangers.
Yeah, for me,
Yes.
Series 4 begins at Voyage of the Damned and ends at End of Time Part 2. That's just how I see it.
I
Pretty
always
much.
thought Voyage of the
That's
Dam was end of Series 3.
Nah, definitely not. Runaway Bride is Series 3.
I'm with Connor.
I
on
think
this.
both of them are.
Well, no, I think Christmas Invasion is
Because
Series
I think
2.
there's no connection with Voyage of the Damned that really to, apart from probably Wilf.
Well, it's not
I guess
about
Wilf's the only
it's not
connection you
about
can make.
It's not about. Well, I mean, the Titanic ties to Turn Left.
But then I would say the next Doctor is the Series 4 special.
Nah, I'd say it's Voyage of the. I mean, literally on Netflix, it's Voyage of the Damned to End of Time Part 2.
Well, Netflix is garbage.
Oh, it'll change on
Not
depending
all of
on
it.
whatever fucking. It's gonna change on
it's
whatever
like-
service you check anyway.
Officially, Voyage of the Damned is in the Series 4 box set. It's more Series 4 than the specials
then
are.
Voyage of the Damned is in Series 3 on BBC iPlayer.
Yeah,
so
but BBC
save
iPlayer
that.
only
Checkmate.
uses calendar years. It's dumb. And BBC iPlayer thinks that
Yeah,
Christmas
it's almost
Invasion...
if it was made in the same and released in the same year as the season.
But listen. BBC iPlayer considers Christmas Invasion Series 1, and that's just not true.
I think it is.
No, it's not. It's Series 2.
Yeah.
Christmas Invasion was originally going to be... Christmas Invasion was originally
Oh,
going
I'm
to
sure
be...
it was originally, but it's still within the same year.
No, because that doesn't make sense, because it doesn't have...
Why does it make sense?
Because it's got David Tennant in it as the main
Why does
Doctor.
that matter?
Because Series 1 is Chris Eccleston.
David Tennant was in Series 1.
Yeah, I know, but that's at the end, though. That's the last scene.
Oh, but it's at the end. Oh, okay, it's at the end, so it doesn't count.
Because Parting of the Ways is the finale. The final episode of Series
Yeah.
1. And Christmas Invasion's the
But then
first
you've got the special. You got the
Yeah.
special
Shut
Series
up.
1.
Shut up!
And then Series 2 begins with New Earth.
Do you want me to bring up my Series 2 box set? Because it has the Christmas Invasion on it.
Oh, he goes by the box sets.
I do
instead
go
of
by the box set. I do go by the box set. And the fact that the
You know, the
specials...
official
hey.
BBC iPlayer.
No. Fuck the iPlayer. The DVDs are where it's at. That's the physical copy. It's the
Fuck
thing
the
that can't
iPlayer.
change.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, fuck the iPlayer. And also, about the specials is that Murray Gold calls them the Series 4 specials, so they are part of Series 4. The next Doctor's End of Time.
Oh, I agree. They're part of Series 4.
Yeah. Although, here's an interesting argument. Do you consider A Christmas Carol part of Series 5 or Series 6?
5.
Because on the box set, it's part of Series 6.
Well, on BBC iPlayer, it's 5.
Oh, fuck off. Fucking iPlayer.
And
no,
then
this...
Doctor Witch in the Wardrobe is Series 6, because that fits that.
Well, actually, you know what's one that's really frustrating? Apparently, Resolution counts as part of Series 12, even though it's only a few weeks after Series 11. That's dumb.
That is dumb.
No, Carol is not Series 6. Series
I don't
6
know why you're showing
begins
that.
with Impossible Astronaut.
Well, Series 5
It
ends
ends
with the
with-
Big Bang, though.
Yeah.
No. Each season has a special.
Not all of them.
The special is at the end of the season.
Not all. You know what's interesting? Last Christmas and Husbands of River Song are on the Series 9 box set.
The only ones I would say are like the weird ones that can go either or would be Return of Doctor Mysterio.
Well, no, that's definitely Series 10. 100%.
Yeah. I've always
Well,
viewed it as
here it
10.
says Series 9.
Well,
But I would probably say it would be
bullshit.
Series
That's a
10,
load of
'cause there's a-
bullshit.
There's a bit of a meta gap.
That's a load of bullshit. It's Series 10.
Yeah.
How am I wrong? How am I wrong on this?
They
I
released
don't
a
get
trailer
how
for
I'm
Series
wrong.
6 after. Carol, so
Here's the thing. Christmas Invasion.
No, but it's a
is-
special.
If you're
for
following
the
my
season,
logic,
that doesn't.
my logic is
that- no,
sound.
no.
Like so many
No.
seasons.
Christmas Invasion is Series 2. Runaway Bride is Series 3.
No, it's not.
Voyage of the Damned is Series 4. And then obviously Next Doctor is Series 4. And End of Time.
So
Then-
Series 4 has like 3 specials.
It has more than 3 specials if you count Planet of the Dead, Waters of Mars, and End of Time Part
But like,
2.
if we're talking about Christmas special, it has 3.
Yeah. And so does Series 7.
And
And so does Series 7. Because it has
Every season has a special.
Because it has Doctor Wit of the Wardrobe, it has the Snowman, and it has the Time of the Doctor.
But then once you get to like series 9 and 10 and 11, this is where this whole logic
No,
goes
because series 9 has Last Christmas and Husbands of River Song. And series 10 has Return of Doctor Mysterio and Twice Upon a Time.
Is so stupid. Actually, no. Last Christmas is absolutely series 8 because it's Danny fucking Pink in it.
But it's on the box set.
Fuck off with your shitty box sets.
Yep.
My logic follows through for so many seasons, and yours falls apart at series like 4.
No, it doesn't. It's on the box set.
It's
on the box set, man.
It does.
It's on the box set.
Sets are stupid. If we're going by each season, Christmas Invasion series 1.
No.
Next is Runaway Bride season 2.
No. The Christmas special of series 1
Voyage
is The Unquiet Dead.
Season 3.
The Unquiet Dead is the Christmas episode of series 1.
Next Doctor series 4, and then you got the specials.
Okay, End of Time is also series 4 then, because that's also a Christmas special. So that means it has
Yes,
2.
I agree. It's series 4.
There he is. Now he agrees.
It's all in. I'm looking at the iPad.
No. Listen.
Series 4.
Does that mean that End of Time Part 2 is series 5 because it aired in 2010?
No.
You can't go by
because it's part 2. If you're going to run by the logic, that is one story.
No. You can't.
End of Time is the end.
You can't go by calendar year if that's the case.
It's the same story though. I can literally go by the logic that is part 1 of it's 2 parts of the same story that it began in 2009.
Christmas Invasion is series 2. You're not going to change my mind.
No, it's not. Fuck off.
I count it as part of series 2 on my channel.
I'm going by the official BBC website.
I play as a load of bullshit. Use Wikipedia. Use the box sets. Use the fucking the soundtracks.
Else? My logic is sound.
Listen, the Runaway Bride is on the series 3 soundtrack, and Voyage of the Damned is on the series 4 soundtrack.
Fuck off! The TV movie is the newest special for series 1.
TV movie,
like Resolution at the end of series 11.
I mean, Marcus, I am right.
Revolution. No, he's not. Oh, thank you, Marcus. Marcus is smart.
I mean, unless Marcus is also stupid.
I mean, I don't know. For me, it's just like specials. They're kind of separate from the seasons, but they like continue stories.
But wouldn't you say that the specials are more inclined to be like at the end of a season?
There is not necessarily.
Depends on the special.
No, it's not, because the Christmas Invasion was.
Why is it not?
Was Christmas Invasion, like that episode with the Sycorax, was always going to be the opener of series 2, but then it got bumped backwards.
Oh, but then it turned out to not be.
It is though. It is.
But New Earth is the first episode of series 2. Like it is though. It's the first episode of series 2.
The Christmas Invasion.
Episode 1.
The Christmas Invasion is episode 0 or episode X of series 2.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. No, that's how it works.
Fuck off. That's how it works.
It is how it works.
Is the TV movie part of Classic Who?
No, it's not.
Right?
It's the Wilderness Years.
It's its own bubble.
It's part of the Wilderness Years. Everything that comes after Survival and before Rose is the Wilderness Years. Apart from like the trailers, I guess.
But you going by the box set's just dumb.
Oh, you're going by the officially licensed releases.
Yes, I'm going by BBC.
A lot of bullshit is what it is.
Voyage of the Damned is so much more related to series 3 than 4.
Oh, I don't.
Considering how it comes right off the end of series 3, or the last of Time Lords, it literally goes into that story.
That doesn't
matter.
matter.
That's a
that
good
makes
point,
more sense going by
Doesn't matter.
just the box sets.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
And what do you mean it doesn't matter? It totally does.
Revenge of the Cybermen is in season 12, and it goes straight into Terror of the Zygons, which is in season 13.
The 9th Doctor, regenerating to 10, transitions into Christmas Invasion.
Doesn't matter. It's not part of series 1, it's part of series 2.
Christmas Carol transitions from the wedding to the honeymoon.
Doesn't matter. It's in the box set.
How does it not matter when I'm? Your box sets are. I fucking hate your box sets, man. I want to burn them. Because your box sets are your only leverage in this debate. I'm actually bringing
not just the box
many
sets.
points to this discussion.
Not just the box sets, also Murray Gold's releases too.
Doctor the Witch and the Wardrobe ends with the resolution of the Doctor went away and died. It ends with that with Amy and Rory.
It's on the Series 7 box set.
That's so it's so dumb. That's such bad logic.
It's not dumb.
The end of Series 7 then gets retconned at the first episode of Series 7 then. And that's so dumb.
I'm on DoctorWho.tv, which is an official website.
No,
yes, it is. And they
but,
don't.
Okay, I'm on BBC.
Doesn't matter. BBC gives
How
only.
does it not?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm on DoctorWho.tv, and it doesn't have Christmas Invasion in Series 1. Oh wait, shit.
Anyway,
no, they don't. To be fair, with DoctorWho.tv, they just have all of the specials as part of one thing. So I guess that's just different.
That's stupid. Thank you, Josh. I am right. So, do you actually think that Time of the Doctor is Series 8?
No, Series 7.
Why is that Series 7 but not 8 then?
So Series 7
If
starts.
we're going by this really stupid
no.
logic.
Series 7 starts with Doctor Wit and the Wardrobe and ends with Time of the Doctor.
Why?
Because it's part of the box sets, Callum. It's part of the box sets. I mean, technically, if
I fucking hate your box set so much.
if we went by the box sets, it would be Time of the Doctor would be part of what's called the 50th anniversary specials, and as well as End of Time being in the complete specials.
I'm not taking
which
the
doesn't
L
know.
because there's no L to take.
Technically, Twice Upon a Time is not part of any series because it's not part of Series 10 or 11's box sets.
So is Revolution of the Daleks a part of Flux then? If we're going by this weird logic.
Unfortunately, I think it is.
How?
Because it's part of the box set.
It's literally got
That's
nothing to do
stupid.
with Flux though.
The Chibnall ones
Yeah,
is where...
thank you. I agree, Marcus. This is stupid.
The Chibnall ones is where it gets really weird, though. That's the one where I'm
How
like...
is my logic flawed when when it's so easy to follow? The specials at the end of the season. It's the last thing of the whole season. How is that flawed? Like, legitimately, how is that flawed in any way? Tell me why.
Because it contradicts what other things say.
How does it contradict when it's a transition from the last episode to the special?
Well, I mean, if it's
There's an actual transition here.
Can we just agree it's inconsistent? Yes. I think the reason what it comes down to is literally just the fact that they want to release to home media before the specials come out. That might be what it is. But officially, not on BBC iPlayer for whatever reason, but on everything else.
No.
On
Doctor
everything.
and the Widow of the Wardrobe is Series 6.
No, it's not.
It is though. It literally comes off the end of fucking the finale. The specials are just a part of that season though.
It says on Wikipedia, it's Series 7.
And it also makes it oh my god. I like how I'm the one being called illogical when I'm going by the actual website the show is broadcasted on.
I'm using more than one reference. I'm using at least 2 or 3.
But I'm using the logic of the actual episodes and how they transition from the finale to the specials.
I'm using 3 references, right? My first reference is the box sets, the DVDs that they and Blu-rays that they're printed on. Second reference is Wikipedia, and third reference is
what's Born Again? Is that some weird, in the Void or whatever?
Well, I guess if it's a special, it'll be part of Series 2, wouldn't it?
Oh my god, shut up. It's literally seconds after.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, you could. There's a lot of TV shows where the first episode of a season is seconds after the last one.
Go back to bed with your goddamn box sets.
The first scene of the Half-Blood Prince is right after Order of the Phoenix.
But we're
Yeah,
we're
but
going
I
by
understand
Doctor Who in
Callum's logic
seasons.
here of being like right after. It's kind of
Thank
like yeah, it's
you.
continuing from this story, and
Doesn't
so
matter.
it'd be more logical
Thank
to
you.
be
It
connected.
doesn't
to
matter.
What
It
it's
doesn't. It
continuing
doesn't
from.
matter. Literally, in
Why
Classic
doesn't
Who,
it matter?
in Classic Who, the end of Revenge of the Cybermen leads directly into Terror of the Zygons, which is in the next season. So it doesn't matter.
That's slightly different
Is that a
because we're
special?
talking about like
No,
a
it's not a
different
special.
format.
It's not a special.
Then it's
We're
that's
talking
not,
about different
then
format
that's
though of
irrelevant.
how the
yeah,
show
but
is
but to say that that leading into it is what is the reason why something's in a series is not true. It's about
Yeah, but we're not saying that. So
But that's
we're
a di-
talking
but
about
that's a
why that
different
is for a
format.
special, not just for any episode.
Let me ask you this question, Callum. Do you count the 5 Doctors as season 20 or season 21?
Say again.
Do you count the 5 Doctors as part of season 20 or season 21?
I would say 20.
Yeah. And the reason why you're right about that is not because of any bullshit that you just said. It's because the home media releases count it as season 20.
But again, we're going by a different format how the show is presented.
But if the 5 Doctors was released as part of a season 21 box set and it was recognized as that by, you know, the soundtracks and the websites, it would be that. But it isn't.
There's the spam bot in chat.
I know. I'm trying to.
Even though it would be very frustrating if they said that because it's the 20th anniversary, so why would it be part of season 21? That would be really sad. But it's annoying though because Blind Wave counters it as season 21, episode 0. But the reason why they do that is because they're so used to the New Who ones being like that. But it's because it's not. It's actually season 21, episode.
Con is not.
Sorry, season
right.
20,
Your
season
logic
20, episode X or episode 0, whatever you want to call it. Unless you want to count it as part of, even though it's broken up, you could just say it's story number. It's 6. Yeah, I think it's 6.
I mean, the way I saw it always is
No,
like
7,
it is
7.
kind of
No.
connected to the seasons it's in between, but it's not like it belongs to a
I mean,
season.
I'd be
I'd
willing to like call some of them a bridge, unless it's something like the Snowman where it's literally between.
But here's the thing,
7A
though.
and 7B.
Can't we agree that the specials have more to do with the season it just followed than rather the next season? Because
No,
that
it's
make
not.
more sense.
Well, no, the Christmas Invasion is very.
Special, right?
Christmas Invasion is very
but
relative to
most
series
of them
2.
do though.
Yeah,
most of
Christmas
them
Invasion is
follow on from the
more
last
season 2 and Runaway Bride. I'd say.
But no.
But it comes
again,
off the climax of the last episode.
But you're
of the last
speaking
season.
you're speaking like in universe though. That's not why something counts as part of a season. It's to do with what the actual, person that made the show says it is, and the production cycle. It's the Christmas Invasion is part of Series 2's production cycle. They didn't film it right after Parting the Ways. They filmed it way after. They filmed it like a year after.
But it was in the same year of the season.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not how it works. I mean, literally in Classic Who, they have seasons start in one year and end in another year.
Format.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does though. It
doesn't. It's how it's officially
It's a different
recognized.
format how the show was produced.
It's how it's officially recognized. And you say same year, but Christmas Invasion only aired like 3 months before New Earth, whereas it was like 6 months after Parting the Ways.
Okay.
So time-wise, it's actually
Okay,
closer.
well, 3 months.
Yeah.
But it was still 2005.
Doesn't matter if it's 2005, it's Series 2.
You can't keep saying that.
Yes, I can, because I'm right. How Spine
You're
backs me
not,
up in the
though.
chat. How Spine backs me up. I'm right.
Stupid logic.
No,
Going by
it's-
the goddamn book sets.
Oh, yeah, because that's literally, officially licensed, product.
Yeah, unlike the BBC website. Yeah.
Yeah, the iPlayer run by a bunch of boomers that don't know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, the broadcasters.
Yeah. I'm not wrong. They are dumb.
Oh, I agree, they're dumb, but this is how it's listed, so we're going by it.
Oh, yeah, I'll put you on a fucking list.
No, people would absolutely say Christmas Carol is Series 5. If they say it's Series 6, they're stupid.
Do you want me to get out my Series 6 box set?
I don't care about the goddamn box sets.
We've been streaming for like an hour and we still haven't started. I'm an old man, Doctor.
We.
I've had my time.
This is why I wish Jeb was here right now.
Yeah.
I think he'd probably side with Connor, honestly, but yeah.
Yeah, because I'm
Jeb-
going down like the, I have more references, so that means I'm better.
But to say my logic is
Yeah,
flawed,
'cause
I think is
It doesn't. No.
I understand
Listen,
what Callum is going with, but it's
if
more
you were
like,
if you were
I
in
don't-
charge of the show, your logic would be fine. But you're not in charge of the show, so you don't get to decide what's in what series. You don't get to decide. It's not up to you.
Okay, so the BBC you do, yeah.
Helen, the amount of times I've had to hear you talk about how you think headcanon is dumb is so ironic because you're putting a headcanon on what these are. You're using a headcanon logic to tell me why
my
it's that.
headcanon of the website.
Yes. Your reference is not enough for me. But I will say it's quite groundbreaking because for once you agree with that Jimmy guy on Twitter. There you go. But he's always wrong about everything. There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So are you going to get back to the video?
Anyway.
As their own thing that I'm going to be ranking. I don't really count the specials in any other case than this because, well, partially because I don't know what series to lump them in with part of the time. Well, I do.
Box
but it's
sets.
inconsistent. What I mean by that is
This is
the Christmas.
I think
Oh my god, we're literally going to get into it again. Please
it's
don't.
interesting how Castle Geeks is just talking about what we've talked about. I mean, clearly it must be inconsistent because the iPlayer doesn't know what's right.
Christmas Invasion really feels like it's a prequel to Series 2, so I want to lump it in with that. But then you have things like Twice Upon a Time at the end of Series 10, which is a coda to that, so it lumps into the one that came before as opposed to the one coming after. It's super inconsistent. I generally don't deal with the specials except for the David Tennant specials, the run I just described.
It gets inconsistent
really
when you get to like
thing.
Series 7.
I mean, the one where like it's undeniable is the Snowmen because it's literally between 7A and 7B. The issue is when you would get some people that are like, oh, it's part of 7A or 7B. It's definitely 7B. Even though it airs in 2012, it is 7B, Callum. Do not disagree with me on that. And you know how I know that? Because on the Series 7B home media box set, it's on it. And it has Clara as the main companion, and it has a new title sequence and everything. And it has Matt Smith's new costume and new TARDIS. It is 7B. Despite the fact that it's in 2012.
Oh yeah, I would say that's 7B, yeah.
Oh, your logic's inconsistent.
That is for all intents.
No, because that's
purposes,
linked with
I am,
Clara. That's
as
linked with
far
the
as I'm
Clara
concerned,
story.
Yeah, and Christmas Invasion has the 10th Doctor in it as the lead character. So it's Series 2.
Series unto itself. So that's what we're
Same
ranking.
cast
Let's
of
get
characters, though.
started with
Doesn't fucking matter. I'm right.
something that is.
Oh,
probably
now it
gonna
doesn't
go down
matter, okay.
badly with a lot of folks right off the bat.
Anyway,
Number
let's actually get mad
14.
about proper things.
Flux.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yay!
I know. Look, I
Well
actually
done.
agonized over this a bit
I agree.
because while I did not like Flux, I also don't want to feel like I am slamming it unnecessarily.
No,
I
just
can
be ruthless.
prisoner of
Oh,
the
it's
moment,
don't worry,
either taking
it's not
something that is
unnecessary.
fresh in
Don't
my
worry, it
mind
deserves
and
it.
thinking of it more highly than I might with time having passed, or thinking on it more harshly than I might later on down the line. And so I really, really kind of agonized over this. And I'll grant the distance between this.
Just want to say, someone said that Snowman is Jenna Coleman at 7B. I just want to remind you that Asylum of the Daleks has Jenna Coleman. But the reason why Snowman is 7B isn't because of that. It's because it's on the box set. Anyway.
And the next one on the list is not that great. It's closer than people
So you
might
have to
be
wait for the
thinking.
box sets to come out
But
before you can
ultimately,
make a decision of where it lies.
I'm not the one that makes the decision. The people who make
So what
the
do you think
show.
of it before the? But what do you think it is before the box set comes out?
Well, I usually know what it is, but like it depends on what.
Oh, okay.
It depends on what the broadcaster decides.
Yeah, okay. So what the broadcaster decides? Yeah.
On the box set, Callum. On the box set.
Have to put this one at the bottom because, and I think this is something that folks can agree with. me
Flux
on,
was terrible.
since it is a serialized story, and while there are many plot threads, it is ultimately telling one story over its 6 episodes. If that one story doesn't work for you, that sinks the entire thing.
What just doesn't work.
So if you liked the one narrative being told over these 6 episodes, you are going to rank this a heck of a lot higher than I am. But if you're like me and you didn't like it,
I
it drags the
disagree with
entire
this
thing
premise.
down. Unlike every other
Yeah, I don't.
series where
Because
the
because here's the
occasional
thing:
bad
Wars and
story or-
Tyrants. If you remove that, a lot of it still functions brokenly, but it still functions in the same way.
Mm-hmm. Well, the kind of idea I have is just like, well, you can still have like a full story that is being told throughout a season, but then like have better episodes and worse episodes, and you know it's not just gonna be, oh, the one episode's gonna ruin it. And the example I would use is Hill House, which Colin would agree with me, where it's like it's one continuous story being told over 10 episodes, and the 10th episode is shit, but that doesn't like make the show bad now just because the last episode is bad. So I don't know. It seems like a weird way to go by it, but whatever.
just episode that didn't click with me is balanced out by other stuff that did. Every single part of this feeds into this same story that I don't like and didn't work for me. So because of that, I can't put it any higher because it's telling one story and it's one story that I didn't like.
It's not though.
If you liked it, you'd rank it much higher. Get it? Totally.
Flux. Let's get this straight.
I
Flux
am
is a
freely
season, not
admitting-
one story.
Yeah, they're like
I don't agree at all. It's one story, considering how 2 episodes are quite separate from the actual premise of Flux.
most episodes. They actually don't feed into each other. Like the Grand Serpent
It was a
shit.
complete-
Like it's not explored in the
complete
finale, for
lie.
example,
And
but
they
it's
said
the
this was
focus
one
point of
whole
the
story.
Yeah, I disagree with
Yeah,
this.
there are plots that are resolved within each episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Centaur. Everything to do with the Centaur is in episode 2 is wrapped up pretty much
Yeah.
in terms of what they were doing.
I could say at a
Mm.
stretch, you could probably call the last 2 episodes 2-parter. At a stretch.
Even
Yeah, I would
then,
probably-
they
yeah.
barely continue any plot points from episode 5.
that whether or not you
Yes.
like that core central story, that is super subjective. You liking it, not liking it, you're not wrong either way. But at least grant me
Yeah.
that your liking of that single continuous story is basically what determines the entire thing when it comes to placing this. If you can
No.
agree with me on
Not
that,
necessarily.
then I think
No.
we can move on.
Not necessarily, yeah.
I don't know, I feel like if half the episodes were good, I could justify it being above some of the others.
Like, it would probably be just higher than the bad seasons, and that'd be it.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be on top, though.
Number 13, Series 7. Series
Okay.
7 has
That's
always been kind
fair
of a
enough.
rough one. And even
I mean,
It is bad.
in my ranking, I put 11 and 12 below it, but I think that's fair. I think Series 7.
I would too.
I think Series 7's
But
bad
I
enough.
think every Chibnall, yeah.
I think Series 7's bad enough to be down there with Chibnall.
when I went
Like,
back and
if the
revisited
next
it,
2
it still
entries
is.
are
There's a couple-
both the Chibnall seasons, I will absolutely accept that.
It's not going to be
Mhm.
that, though. it's.
Oh,
rem-
I know. I'm just establishing
Do you
what
remember,
I want to happen.
Do you remember last time when just above 7 was 2 and 3, Callum? Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
couple of episodes that I like, and there are honestly some that I seem to like a heck of a lot more than other people. I like Asylum of the Daleks. so
That's
Why? Why?
That's one of the
looking
worst
at it
ones.
as
Why?
a whole, as
It's
opposed to
literally one of
just
the worst
comparing what
ones.
episodes are good, what episodes are bad. I mean, I do that as well. That is a factor in this. But when I'm trying to take it as a whole, like what is the experience of rewatching this series? The mid-season break did not do this thing any favors at all. I mean, it wraps up Amy and Rory's
I
story
wouldn't say that's the worst thing about the
decently
series.
enough, but it means that Clara's
Yeah.
entire introduction is completely negatively impacted by this. And I know some people love Clara, and I
No idea
have
why.
come to think better on Clara overall than I
mean,
used
Jenna
to.
I
Coleman's
like
pro-
Jenna
Jenna-
Coleman, and that's why I like her.
Jenna Coleman's
Because she's
very
a good actress.
She's very good.
Yep.
Maybe not in
Mhm.
Series 7. But
Shame
definitely,
the character shite, though.
I don't think she's that good in Series 7. But I think
Oh no, I would agree.
Well, she doesn't get any material to work with, so that's pretty much why. I would
She's-
think.
she's
I'd
a
say
lot-
her best season in terms of acting is 9.
I think she there's a point, like I think Day of the Doctor is when she really starts to come into her own as an actress in the show.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then
She's
once
really
she,
good.
when she's across from Capaldi, I'm like, yeah, she's very as an actress. Just want to make that clear. As an actress.
Yeah, the character is not
But
well written.
This first series, she's not a character.
Yep.
She's a MacGuffin.
Yes, absolutely.
She's a walking
Mhm.
plot device, and she
Yep.
is
Agreed.
not well characterized at
Yep.
all. The two versions
Well,
before we got
there's a
prior
lack
to
of
this,
characterization.
She's a mystery enigma wrapped in a skirt. That's a little too.
Yeah,
tight.
we covered this in the second episode of EDAR.
the ones that effectively don't count are better characterized than she is over the entire half of the second half of this thing. But even if I am going to cop to the fact that the first half of Series 7 is better than the second half of Series 7,
I don't know if I agree
still
with
have-
that. I mean, I'd say A Town Called Mercy might make it better, but I think the other 4 episodes are pretty bad. Especially Asylum and Angels Take Manhattan and Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. Those are fucking awful.
Those are abysmal.
Series 7B is pretty shocking too, but I think it's depends on.
I think they're just as bad as each other, to be honest.
Hmm.
I'm not that bored which
have to
one's
look at
better
them as a
because
continuous
both are
piece.
trash.
I think there's some episodes in 7B that are bad, but not as terrible as the ones in 7A. If you know what I mean. Like something like Hyde or Cold War. It's like it's bad, but it's not like a 2 or 1 out of 10 bad, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean when I say that? It's like it's just sort of standard bad as opposed to like garbage.
Angels is not good.
Oh, Angels is fucking atrocious.
It's bad.
And you're
Why
It's
doesn't he
real
just
bad.
why doesn't the doctor just take a bus? I've said this for years.
Take a bus.
Just take a bus, doctor.
Or just a
second half's
long
weaker than your
walk.
first, and the transition between the two is rough and clunky. So,
Clunky.
and yes, I know some people will probably defend it as, well, you need to treat it like two different things since it is two different stories. Look, it's lumped
I
as
disagree
Series
with that.
7. You buy it as a box.
I don't like the standard because it means that like, if 7A and 7B are together, then surely Series 4 and the specials should be together.
Oh, but he said he's separating them, right? So that
She.
is fair.
Just gonna make that
She,
clear.
sorry.
Box set. It's sold as a single series. That's how I'm judging it. Deal with it.
Speaking of she, where the fuck is 10?
Oh, she's online now.
Getting this call yet,
Where are you?
fucking simp.
Hey, we do the simping over here.
Yeah.
Number 12. Series 11.
Okay.
Jodie Whittaker's debut series. Now,
I'm content with that.
I was tempted to put off doing this list for
Yeah.
a little longer because
12 is
I
would say
think
12
is
we're gonna
worse, but
start
okay.
Revisiting series
I'm content
11
with
and
this. I
12
think series
in the
11 's
not-so-distant
shocking.
future, so it's possible my assessment on this might change, but I still feel comfortable putting this about here.
Not a
because
single good episode. In my opinion, not a single good.
Yeah.
Some of them are like mediocre.
My opinion
but,
of the season has worsened over the years.
some of them are like mediocre and like really, really not good.
Episodes
but-
that I liked at the time, I think are terrible now, or
Yeah.
mediocre at best.
most of it's bad.
It
though.
takes you
there's
away.
certainly things
And
about series. Well, there's a couple of
demons
episodes
being
that
the
I
ones.
genuinely like quite a bit.
I think series 11
Which
has
ones?
has a lot of like fours. You know what I mean? It has a lot of fours in it.
yeah,
Yeah.
pause it. I think that describes it perfectly. I think.
There's a couple of episodes that I have issues with, but still think were well executed. But there are also a couple of big decisions made about Series 11 that I think
Oh my
were
god,
good
Tim's finally arrived, everyone.
Oh, hey, Tin.
Hi.
You're right, Tim.
You're only an hour and 42 minutes late.
So we
Oh,
had we 10. I've got a question for you.
Ah, here we go.
fuck's sake.
Which series is the Christmas Invasion part of?
Series. That's part of would it be part of series 2, technically?
Yes.
Why?
Correct answer.
Why?
Correct answer.
No. I want to know. I want to know your logic, Tim. Why is that?
Because on because on all the BBC stuff, it always says the Christmas special is like the start of the next series.
Okay, so where would you say Voyage of the Damned is? What series is that a part of?
Series 4.
Eat shit,
Why?
Callum. Eat shit.
Okay.
Because
You just had an
Okay.
hour-long discussion between Colin and Connor about this, Tin, so...
Do you want me to give
Because
you
here's the thing: Christmas Invasion is on Series 1's list on the BBC iPlayer.
But iPlayer is a load of shit, and the box sets are right
Why?
because the box sets
Not
are right.
again.
Box sets came out before iPlayer.
I don't think that's. Is that true? I don't
When
remember.
when did iPlayer start?
iPlayer's been a thing for years.
BBC. You might be right
Anyway,
about
Tin,
that,
how you
actually.
doing?
2007.
Okay, so
Fine,
the Series 2 box set came out before iPlayer even existed. So eat shit.
Your book says such shite.
The-
What, Tim? Where does Runaway Bride step in? What season?
I guess I'd technically be Series 3.
This logic is so unfounded.
It's not unfounded. It's true.
So okay, so what about the next? No, I'm not even gonna.
Anyway, so what you've missed, Ten, is we're doing it's Council of Geeks' series ranking, and so far they had Flux at the bottom, then they had Series 7, and then Series 11.
Guys, I literally searched up when the BBC iPlayer launched. It's the 25th December 2007.
On the day of Voyage of the Damned.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Oh, and howler that, it's on Series 3. Oh my god.
Not too bad it's not.
Oh, but the day it launched, it said it was Series 3, so...
Oh, too
and
bad
that
it's
came
not-
out before the box set of Series 3, so...
No,
Yeah.
no. Series 3 box set came out before.
Oh, did it come before?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And the last episode on that was Last of the Time Lords, because it's the finale.
Stupid.
Anyway,
Box sets are dumb.
let's continue with this.
Choices, or at least interesting choices, even if they didn't pan out the way I would have liked. So to compare it with, say, Series 7, which we just talked about, I look at the basics of what Series 7 is, which is two half stories unconnected and introducing a whole new character who's going to drive a whole bunch of the plot and not have time to properly characterize them. And already before I even watch it, I'm going, I don't think this is going to be good. I look on paper at what Series 11 is doing, which is a bunch of self-contained stories, not relying a ton on reintroducing old stuff and giving us time with these adventures to have them be their own thing wrapped up. There isn't really an overarching narrative. Yes, the villain at the very end is the same one as the villain in the beginning, but they're not doing the mystery box thing across it, which is something I've been very, very sick of. And on paper, I'm in.
I mean, you can not have it in it, but I don't. Getting sick of the mystery box thing, I've always found weird, especially because the reasons why people have that. So it just depends on how you do it, really. I got sick of it, but not being done well. That's what I got sick of. But it doesn't mean that
that's pretty much the idea. Because when you have like the fucking shit with Clara, and it's like, okay, that is fucking annoying as shit. But
yeah, so
when you have something
the
with, like RTD was doing in Series 3 or 4, it's like, no, that
it's more of a matter of like, I don't think there's anything wrong with having build up and set up and payoff, right? That's kind of what you need to do. But, it's just that they were becoming lazy. I don't know if lazy is the right word, or maybe it's just they weren't using them as well as they were. I think Stephen Moffat got a bit excessive with them. But that's kind of like why I liked Series 10's one, though, because it started out that way, and then halfway through it flipped it on its head, and it's like, it's actually not what you think it is. It's actually about a character. Yeah. It's about a person. It's not about a mystery vault.
Yeah, I'd say Series 10 did it well.
But I think by the time we got to the hybrid, I think we were all just fucking sick of it.
Pretty much.
The hybrid, Clara.
In favor of all these, it still didn't quite come together as I would have liked. But it's still got some standout episodes, in my opinion. The highlight in particular being It Takes You Away, which
I thought she was going to say Rosa. But alright.
Nah, she's got controversial takes on Rosa compared to rest of
Oh, Rosa is not good, so.
Oh yeah, well that's interesting. But yeah, Rosa's not good.
It takes you away. She lets the dad off the hook for no reason. That's one of my biggest problems with it.
Yeah. What a responsible
dad. I will
dad.
still defend. I know lots of people don't like it. I like it quite a bit. And overall, even the episodes that I don't like, there's really only one that actively ticks me off. That's Arachnids in the UK, for the record.
I mean, fair. It's one
Yeah,
of the
that
worst
episode
ones.
is garbage.
Right,
Yeah,
Fair
it
enough.
Kind of
but there are more,
kind
I
of
would say.
destroys the Doctor
I
as a
feel
character.
like-
So
I feel like
Yeah, it
along
does.
with that, there's a lot others I would recognize, like Kablam and Ranskorav
oh,
Kolos.
Kerblan was the episode that made me like give up on the season. Is
Yeah.
like actually giving it a chance. That episode annoyed the shit out.
Kablam is as bad as Arachnids in terms of those problems. Ranskor is absolute garbage. Saranga Conundrum is really bad, especially for like it's the most obviously bad one because it has like surface level issues like bad acting and bad direction, and just like
Yeah.
it's just very clunkily made. And the Ghost
Mhm.
Monument's got a big problem in it with the Doctor's gun thing.
Well, the
yeah.
fucking monumental contrivance of how they stay alive in the beginning
Yeah.
of that episode
the
is
rest,
insane.
a lot of the rest of it is just sort of standard bad as opposed to terrible, like stuff like Witchfinders, Demons, Rosa, Woman Who Fell to Earth.
Mhm.
That stuff's like it's not terrible, but
Yeah.
it's not good.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the rest, they don't annoy me that much. So the ideas being interesting enough, the sort of fun of having a new Doctor, and the episodes that I do think are better, do bring this up just above Series 7. Before we move any further, this is where I'm going to pause and say that's basically the series where I'm like, these aren't especially.
Didn't talk about Series 12, did she?
Oh, yeah, Series 12 didn't pop
Yeah.
up, did it?
Interesting.
good. And
yeah, that's interesting.
I'm not particularly looking forward to revisiting anytime soon. So, as we move on from here, we are into series that, yes, I'm going to be issuing criticisms of to justify a lower placement on the list, but I do like.
I've got a funny feeling I know which one this is.
So, the three we just did, those are really the only ones that I would say
yeah,
are kind of bad. And from here on out, I'm going to be like, look, they're good, but. Okay? So.
Well, okay, it says they're good, and Series 12 hasn't been brought up yet, so instantly we have a problem here.
I'll be very interested to hear the reasoning.
Yeah,
little
the
perspective shift
justification's
as
gonna
we
be
move on
astounding, I
to number 11. Series.
I knew it! I knew it was going to be this one.
Are you
I
really
knew
gonna put
it.
Chew below 12?
Two below a lot of them.
Yes,
Two
that
below,
is what she just did.
Two below
Chew
12,
below 6.
two below 6,
Chew below.
two below 8, two below 9. That's a big call.
Oh. Yeah.
Man, with such bangers like, I don't know, Girl in the Fireplace.
Possible Planet Satan Pit,
Uh-huh.
Amigos Doomsday, School Reunion, Tooth and Claw,
Uh-huh.
Rise of the Cybermen,
Mhm.
Christmas
Mhm.
Invasion, Callum.
No.
Yes.
That's part of Series 1, which bumps up. Yeah.
No, it's
For
not.
fuck's sake.
No, it's not.
Stop.
No, it's
It
not.
literally is, though, because the iPlayer, it says.
Series 2.
Sure.
I think Tenant nostalgia clogs a lot.
No, he's just good.
No.
No, he's just really good.
No. This is where he's at his weakest.
Well, I would agree. He's at his best in Series 3 and 4
Well,
easily.
well, part of the
Yeah,
reason for
but he's still
that.
good here, though.
Well, part of the reason for that is because they actually take the time to build it up.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So, as a result of hard work, it allows it to get progressively better. That's kind of how storytelling works. But he's like, it's all there. It's all of the pieces are there in Series 2. They just have to basically build it all up, and so you get a lot of great moments that trigger certain character stuff, like in Impossible Planet where he manipulates Cross Flame to let him down the shaft is a great moment for that. And stuff like in School Reunion where he says, he basically lays it out why he can't keep companions around for too long, especially ones that he cares about a lot.
Yep.
Sort of rediscovering himself and Girl in the Fireplace, or and also all the stuff we talked about in the Rise of Cybermen EDAR. Callum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And obviously, him losing Rose by the end of the season informs a
yeah.
lot of decisions as his
David Tennant
tenure
in
goes on.
The 10th Doctor and
Yeah,
Army
which
Goes
goes into the
Doomsday.
Runaway Bride. Yeah.
I think 10th Doctor and Army Goes Doomsday is incredible. I love him in that story. Which is interesting because they're using a shot from that here.
A lot of people's brains on
Billy
this.
Pepper's also great.
Series
in
2.
So why the fuck is it below Series 12? That's a big Hot take.
Yeah, that
it
is-
and
rough. It's not all bad.
And
there's
6.
some great stuff in it. I still love the Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit two-parter. There's some other episodes
it's
that
amazing.
I really, really enjoy in this. And even ones that I don't think are that great still have moments I love. Things like Tooth and Claw give me things like that. The finale is terrifically emotionally focused.
Yeah.
But when this one's bad, it's
Not as bad as Chibnall.
It's bad. It's not that bad.
It's just mediocre when it gets to that level. I wouldn't
It's
say
not.
bad at all.
It's not. The worst episodes of series 2 are not as bad as Chibnall's worst by far.
Yeah, like I'm seeing
Absolutely.
here, it's Fear Her is definitely the worst.
Fear Her, Idiot
Um,
Slanton, and New Earth are the worst episodes, and they're not as bad as Chibnall's
Yeah.
worst episodes because they don't do as much damage to the show or the characters or the world building. They're just
Yeah.
very, very sloppy, incohesive, like kind of unsubtle messes.
Pretty much.
If I'm speaking personally, though, I'd rather watch some of those over a lot of Chibnall because of the manner in which they
easily.
are bad. The manner in which they are bad is very funny.
Yeah.
real
I mean, like,
bad. And I
I
know most
find
people
New
are
Earth
gonna-
pretty entertaining for the most part. Like,
I think Fear Her's a great laugh. I love Fear Her. I think it's so
I think
funny.
it's
Fear Her
funny.
annoys me a lot. I don't like it.
Fingers on lips. Ah! And there's that council worker.
Oh yeah, that is funny.
I
Like, it
report
does
you to
have
the
like some
council.
interesting stuff.
Fear Her has a really good moment in it when the doctor tells Rose that he was once a dad, and it's like, you telling me this now, like this late in the game? But it just kind of hammered it home, like despite the fact that Rose has known him for so long in her life, thinking she still hardly knows that much about him, which is crazy.
cite
Yeah.
Love and Monsters on that, but Love and Monsters is not even the worst offender to me. Fear Her is a worse story in terms of execution, and
yeah,
The
easily.
Idiot's Lantern
I actually think Love and Monsters is way overhated. Like, it's bad,
agree.
but it's not like terrible.
I think
It's
it's one of those ones where like kind of like a lot of films these days where like its main focus is all on the meta rather than in universe. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's kind of like it
Yeah,
depends
I would
on
agree with that.
it depends on whether you're judging it based on the meta or just in universe. Because I think if you use the meta, it's a lot better than people say.
I will always. I have a hard time thinking any episode of Doctor Who will ever take its place as I think the worst thing the Revived series has ever done because
Timeless
it is
Children.
Hellbent, Timeless Children, Vanquishers, Survivors of the Flux. There's a lot of them. Kill the Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lot.
Man,
There's
imagine-
absolutely, and you're gonna have to really justify it being the worst.
Yeah,
if you really think that's the worst, you're gonna have to
imagine-
really.
Imagine thinking,
justify it.
imagine thinking Idiot Slanton's worse than Kill the Moon. What a take.
freaking harmful in addition to just being bad. I've ranted about this before. If you need that, I don't want to go off on it again. But yeah, this thing is a case of there's definitely good stuff, great stuff even in this, but the stuff that's bad is really dragging it down. Number 10.
Like Series 9.
Oh, you go for the specials now. huh?
She didn't cite what was bad though. She was like, "Oh,
She
the
just
stuff
said it
that's
was
bad
bad.
is dragging it down."
I
It's
think
like,
they,
yeah, but what is the bad part?
I mean, to be fair, she did link the video where she talks about it.
Yeah, but she talks about Idiot's Lantern and how she ranted on that. It's like, well, if you're actually gonna make a new video, at least back
I
up
think
your
I think
opinions.
that probably just comes down to the fact that they don't want the video to be longer than half an hour.
Well, that's stupid, but sure.
I mean, how long was Alan Callum? It was like 3 hours.
Yeah.
We talked in depth about everything for 3 hours.
This is why I hate short form content now. It's just I get nothing from
Yeah,
it.
like it's way too.
It's just people saying a bunch of words and then that's it without any real justification.
Also, I got two.
I don't even know why really she thinks this.
So I've got two issues with what they've done here. Firstly, I count the specials as part of Series 4. And even if you don't, the fact that it's below Series 12, despite the fact that it has the waters of Mars in it, is quite bad. Why are you doing this?
Now they'll see. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, but now they'll see the real you is worse than everything in Idiot's Lantern.
Yeah.
Worse than every single bit of Idiot's Lantern. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to really justify anything being worse than that. In series 2.
Well, I guess you'd have to have a conversation with them about like how forgiving an abusive father is to them, worse than exposing race to Nazis, which is interesting. An interesting take.
Well, at least with one scene, there's a sort of idea of they might get redeemed.
I've
and
noticed
learn
that
from their mistakes.
I've noticed the Council of Geeks like tends to hand wave a lot of what Chibnall does as like not being what it is.
I think a lot of people do that. To be fair,
I've heard them do it with the Graham cancer scene. Can you hear me?
Oh no!
They did it.
No.
They did it in a conversation with Jay as well, and Jay was just sitting there like all silent, like okay.
Oh
I hear
no! Man, look how beautiful David Tennant is in that snow.
Gay.
Oh, I love snow. I love snow.
Would you rather he Reggiano with the blue suit or with the original?
Original. I think it just makes sense to do the original.
Yeah.
But I wish that in
Man, this last 20 minutes at a time are fucking great.
I wish that in Day of the Doctor he had the blue suit though. As if it
I think that'd be neat.
And the spiky hair. So if you had blue suit Tennant and purple suit Matt Smith, that would have been lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, goddamn. And the last 20 minutes of End of Time are masterpiece.
It's funny because a lot of people say I bet a lot of people say that's the worst part of the story.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people think that's the worst thing.
Oh my god, it's
an
so
overindulgent 20-minute goodbye.
Oh yeah, that video we watched on Ecom. That was fucking talking about that. That annoyed me.
Oh yeah,
self-indulgent fan
full
wank.
fat milk. Yeah,
full fat video, not full fat milk. Full fat milk. Full fat. Ain't that some goals?
The David
Full
Tennant
rotten milk.
specials. Now, almost kind of inverse to Series 2, unlike that one where it was a case of there's great stuff, but other stuff dragging it down, this is a case where most of it kind of lands middling.
The Waters of Mars.
It literally has Waters of Mars. Shut the fuck up.
Next
The Waters of
Doctor
Mars.
is okay.
The Waters of Mars. The Waters of
Planet
Mars.
of the Dead
The Waters
is
of Mars.
fine. Waters of Mars is a masterpiece, and End of Time is average to meh, with some brilliant moments.
Yeah, End of Time has a great character through line.
I'm going to say, I think that the overall average standard of this special should be what Doctor Who should be. That should be the bare minimum, along with something like Series 2.
Maybe not for plot, but for characters, it's really good.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, I think the lowest I rated any of these specials are like 6 on this rewatch. To be fair, I'm not like with Doctor Who. I'm not as critical as I am of other
Planet
stuff.
of the Dead, I would say, is like a 5 or 6.
So let me put it this way.
Yeah,
I think End of Time's plot is like a 3 or 4, but its characters is like a 9. That's kind of how I see it.
I think I would agree with that.
Yeah,
I watched it
because
a week or two ago.
Because the issues with it are to do with like cohesion and cause and effect. Like the whole Master Resurrection thing is really dumb. But when you look at stuff like the Doctor's regeneration arc, like that's some of the best stuff that Russell's done. So it's kind of it just depends on how you construct it. Yes, and like because it's all tangentially linked, it unfortunately, under a critical eye doesn't hold up. But there is a lot of great character stuff in it.
And even then, it's not like the plot is entirely broken in those episodes.
Yeah,
like,
and I think
they have issues.
One of the issues
is not nearly as bad as something when you have like something like Vanquishers, for example.
Oh fuck!
For me, the stuff that is.
Remember when Billy Garrett John described the Vanquishers as emotionally satisfying?
What? What is there that satisfying in that episode?
Nothing is satisfying about Flux.
But that, I don't know, Belle and Vinda are having a baby.
Oh yeah, that one moment I liked. That was the only moment we in the episode we were like, oh my god, this is
even
good.
Then it's the only thing I like. Well, and the only reason I really liked it was because I like Vinda.
Yeah, and the actor is really good, but like we hated Belle. The entire the fucking thing. Like Vinda.
I still thought it was cringe, and I didn't give a shit because I don't care. I don't care if someone is.
You don't like. We get it, Connor. You don't like children.
No, children need to die.
I
This-
agree with that.
The more I'm thinking about it, though, since Flux has ended, Vinda was kind of a waste. He didn't really do anything, did he?
Oh no!
So-
After the first episode or two, then he just kind of had no character whatsoever.
He
He's like,
kinda
oh yeah,
just-
he's the
he
same
just
thing.
wandered.
Yeah, he was just there with the other characters. He's a good actor though, so at least he was entertaining
Very
when he was
good.
on screen. Yeah.
I think the Master Drum thing is misunderstood. It's not as bad as people say it is. It is retroactive continuity, but it's justified because they explained that it's. Firstly, people say that it takes away agency from the Master, which isn't true, and also, it's not. The drums only get loud around the time of Jacoby, because it's explained that they get louder as he gets older. So I don't see a problem with the drums thing. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I also think it's fine. I didn't know people had issue with it.
Oh yeah, people hate it.
I mean,
people hate it because
yeah, I
they
can imagine why.
they hate it because they think that it means the Master becoming evil isn't his choice.
No, definitely is.
Yeah, but they think it isn't.
Well, it's like when people say like if you have a mental illness, it's not like you're just completely excused of everything you do.
So I've heard people try and translate, not try, but they interpret that scene in Sound of Drums where they talk about him looking into the schism and going mad as the Time Lords made him evil, as opposed to he became that way because he chose to.
Yeah,
and that's not really what
it's
happens.
like he has something that was put in his mind, and like the drive of wanting to figure it out is kind of what drove him mad, as opposed to just like him trying to better himself while trying to deal with it being in his mind. Like that's clearly allegory for like mental illness. It's like, yeah, there are people who have mental illnesses and they kind of like do bad shit, and that they're not like excused for it, because there are still other people who live with these illnesses, and they can they're able to fight, I guess, the bad impulses from their brains, because they're just actively trying to. It's just kind of a more like of a tragic story for the Master, I guess.
I strongly disagree with the take that the person in the chat that said that Family Blood Lady not being there, the Joan Redfern's granddaughter. I disagree with that fundamentally. I think that's probably the best scene in the tour, because it really highlights the 10th Doctor's arc of the fact that Joan lived a life that he wanted but couldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
So I disagree with that. I love the line of when
Jericho's death was bullshit.
I love the line of when he says, "Was she happy?" and she says, "Yes," and she says, "Were you?" and he doesn't say anything.
Yep. When I was rewatching that recently, I was like, man, that is a powerful fucking line.
Yeah.
I will not
also,
die.
As Callum said, Jericho's death was stupid, insanely fucking stupid.
So
he just randomly dropped the ring somehow. The Sontarans fucking shot the ring, but didn't shoot him. Even though their aim has been awful throughout the entire fucking season, but they just managed to shoot the fucking ring that they spotted within like a millisecond of spotting it. It's like, no, he should not have died.
But anyway, I know that Council of Geeks has a take that they think Waters of Mars is overrated, which is sad.
Boo.
Yeah.
Boo.
Pretty sure, like
Very
the Planet of the Dead and aspects of the Next Doctor isn't terrible, and I'm still okay to watch it. It's not something that I deliberately skip during a rewatch or would be tempted to.
What's his name?
Jackson Lake. Jackson Lake, yeah.
He is one of my favorite one-episode companions.
Yeah, Adam was the same. He said that Jackson Lake was he says Jackson Lake's one of his favorite doctors.
David Morrissey, yeah.
Yeah. The one, the only, and the best.
Doesn't he play the governor in
Walking
Dead as well?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And he's okay in that.
Better and is good.
He's good as a governor.
Like The End of Time Parts 1 and 2, I enjoy, but I don't think is great. And I know everybody loves Waters of Mars more than I do, and look, it's good.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, but I don't love it. And that's basically
why.
It's all right to be wrong.
Explain to me why.
Okay.
Why?
It's okay.
Guys,
it's okay that she's wrong. It's okay. It's fine.
It's arguably the best episode of New Who. It's
fine.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
The best.
It's
the
delicious.
The one and the only. The best there is, the best there was.
Not my favorite, but it is like I find it really hard to put any other episode against it. Like every time I'm like, no, Waters of Mars. It's
I
better.
mean, I don't really see much justification for something being better than it. I can see something being as good as, but maybe not better. I find that very difficult to believe because it's just like, is there anything actually wrong
You know what
with the Waters of
writer I
Mars?
think the one writer, well, I guess two, because I think RTD could probably maybe one episode could top this maybe somehow, but I don't know. But the only other writer I think that could probably top this in the entirety of the world is probably someone like Mike Flanagan.
Yeah.
Those are the only two writers I think who could legitimately top Waters of Mars.
There
in terms of
is
the quality of a Doctor Who
there is
episode.
there is one Classic Who story that I like slightly more than it, but it's a special one because I've only ever watched it when I've been in dire need. So,
Yeah,
there's a bias there, but the War Games is lovely.
you're clearly. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Dominators.
No, not the Dominators. You dare defy a Dominator? You identify a specimen.
Well, it doesn't really matter if RTD wrote the character or not. He's still
Fucking-
overseeing the entire arc of the 10th Doctor.
I love
So I
that.
don't really have reason. Yeah.
I love that scene where. I love that scene where the second Doctor implies that Jamie is stupid and the Dominators. What are you talking about, Doctor? You flying beastie.
Basically it. That's the
Heather
reason
Sent
for the
is not
placement of the
the
specials
best New
here.
Who, but it's still great.
Yeah, I have a couple of nitpicks with it, but it's mostly almost
You
perfect.
have one nitpick. Come on, don't lie.
One or two. One of them I'm not sure on. But I do have one major one, which is a shame. But it's all right. I can let it slide. I would be able to let it slide more if Hellbent didn't just be like, hey, you know that thing
If
that you were
wasn't
worried.
Hellbent,
If you know that thing you were worried about in Heaven Sent, yeah, that's true. By the way, that's very true.
There's no story in this that I love. Pretty much every other series has at least one story that I love.
okay,
Even
let's be
series
fair.
11 gave me that.
What? No,
Sure.
fuck off. That's a terrible take. That is fundamentally an awful take.
Well, they're trying to say that they think It Takes You Away is better than Waters of Mars.
Are they actually saying
At
that?
least it should
Is
like
that
it more.
actually the
Right?
take? Well, here's the thing, though. Even if that is the one, or even if it isn't, that means it's something else in Series 11. That's
Well, yeah,
that makes it even worse.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it would be Takes You Away because it's the one you mentioned. So yeah,
Yeah, but imagine if it wasn't. Imagine if it was something else.
or Blam. Gotta love that.
Anything. Oh,
Bleh,
Kevlan shite.
bleh.
We were the only ones at the time. Well, I think I was okay on it on the first watch, but then literally after my second watch, I was like, this is kind of trash. But it was like me and Connor were the only people around that thought it wasn't great, and everyone else thought it was like amazing.
I don't understand.
I remember. I don't either. I don't
never,
understand this
I
take.
never thought anything in Chibnall Who was quote unquote amazing.
Yeah, I remember at the time. Yeah,
I never thought
during
that.
Series 11.
I really liked Haunting when I first watched it, but I never thought it was like amazing. I never thought that about any Chibnall episode. Even the ones that I got really like. I remember. You remember my reaction to Fugitive when Jack came? I was like, "What, Captain Jack?" But like, it was still
I do
very
remember
like.
that.
But when I did the review with Adam, I was just like, it was exciting, but it's also like, does this make sense? So like, I couldn't
No.
give a rating for it because it's like, well, being exciting.
I
is
gave
just,
it a 5.5 asterisk, and now
It's like
give it
I
2.
basically was like, being exciting is just one thing that can happen. I can't just give it a rating
Yeah.
off that, you know?
It's almost if you can't give it a rating based on just your pure excitement for something.
Yeah. Well, because
think
I
it's like
can.
what
Well,
everybody else does, though.
because you can be excited for something that's terrible too.
Like No Way Home.
That's true. I watched that film last night, I think. Yeah, at the theaters.
Marcus, do you want something that upsets you like dearly that Connor experienced during his watch?
You know
the part where
I'll tell this. I'll tell the story.
So-
I'll tell the story.
you tell it.
So you know the scene where Andrew Garfield catches MJ.
Yeah.
So my theater
The best moment.
laughed at that. They thought it was funny.
What?
They thought it was funny that he was
What?
crying.
What?
Yeah.
What a bunch of bastards.
What?
New Zealand is terrible.
Fuck.
I mean, they probably just haven't seen Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that's why they don't know the context.
But they explained it though earlier.
Oh, you expect people to pay attention to what's explained? You expect that?
Yeah, I do.
They wouldn't
don't-
think No Way Home is good.
Yeah, you know
so,
what?
yeah.
That is true. I wouldn't expect New Zealanders to have any logic. That is very.
Oh,
true.
shut up! Box sets are better than you. We
For
have.
fuck's sake.
Hey, Callum, that's a hot take. Like, my country is literally 95% vax, so shut the fuck up. We have lots of logic on our side.
I'm 100% vaxxed.
Yeah, that's you though. You're not a country.
You don't know.
Yeah, we all know that
He's-
England is not the best.
He might be a country, but he is a club.
We
that
don't.
is true.
Look,
That
my,
is very true.
my prime minister didn't eat cheese and wine during a lockdown. Okay.
Low blow.
I mean, I
No
didn't sanction the
blow.
party.
Yeah, but the problem isn't you, Colin. You're talking about your country. You fucking
See, 'cause
you can't
my-
just
'cause
change
my
the
prime
argument from
minister-
your country to you.
My prime minister.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm
was-
Australian.
Shut up. Australia has like 1 million COVID cases or something. It's ridiculous.
I don't live there though.
Oh, excuses. You're part of the Australia box set, Callum. Deal with it.
What would the Australian book say, sir?
I don't know.
Imagine what. I imagine it's the same thing.
You can keep competing, but I'm Brazilian. I win every time. And we're talking about
No,
bad
you
countries.
lose.
No, we're
no,
talking about
Marcus.
bad countries, Colin.
Marcus, you're not Brazilian. You're Brisbane-zillion.
What? Yeah, sure.
And 10 is just 10.
And Brisbane has
And it's just-
I say that because Brisbane has a zillion cases of COVID.
Ah,
Yeah.
Oh, the-
Anyway,
that is wow, really smart.
we're on the sidetracked here.
New Zealand hasn't contributed
this
to
one-
science fiction though.
Yeah. The only
That's not true. Does Avatar count as science fiction?
I guess it
That's-
does.
And
Yeah.
just science bollock.
Yes.
Science bollocks.
10, that might be one of the most base things you've ever said.
Science bollocks.
You should tweet that.
Hang on.
the reason it's higher than Series 2
That's-
is there isn't really
that's
anything I hate
legit funny.
either. So, yeah, there we go. Number
Imagine
9.
going like, there you go, for something that includes Waters of Mars.
Imagine thinking
I
that
know
the season that includes Waters of Mars is worse than Series 12. Imagine that.
Imagine that. Imagine putting the 5-episode like section of the show that includes Waters of Mars below Series 12. Because that's what she's done.
Oh yeah,
No matter where she's placed Series 12, it could be next. And that's still bullshit.
Temuera Morrison and Taika Waititi have both contributed to science fiction. Although, to be
Hey,
fair,
bro,
Star Wars, at least Disney Star Wars, is science bollocks. So there you go.
That is also science bollocks, yeah.
Thor Ragnarok is
Ragnarok
not
is
sci-fi.
kind of sci-fi. No, it's
Thor
not.
Ragnarok is not sci-fi. It's fucking fantasy. I mean, unless you think the gods are science,
It is.
go
sci-fi.
ahead.
It
If you think
Well, I guess
Norse,
MCU is all sci-fi.
if you
In the
if you
first
think
film, they do
I mean,
say
it is
science
sci-fi,
is
though.
magic.
I mean, if
the gods in the MCU, they're aliens. It's
look,
literally sci-fi.
if you think Norse mythology is sci-fi, go right ahead.
It is in the MCU. It is
In the
literally
MCU,
they're
Thor
aliens. Yeah.
He has an entire scene saying magic is just science we don't
Wow,
understand.
Connor being faced
Yeah.
by logic.
Oh my
Wow.
god. Look, religion is not part of the science fiction box set.
save you this time.
No, religion's
Yeah,
not
but
part
if
of the
it's explained, then it's not fucking
Oh,
religion anymore, is it?
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because
Yeah, but here's the thing, Marcus. We have to ignore what actually happens within the context of the story. We have to listen to the box sets.
yes, they're allowed to explain religion in a film because it's not real. Great.
Oh yeah, if they actually explain religion in a film, then in that film it is real. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't really see what your point is here, Connor.
I think Norse mythology is not sci-fi, but that's just me.
In the MCU, it is. They explained in the MCU the fucking Norse
Okay,
gods.
I'll give you this.
They're all
I'll give you
aliens from
this. I think it would be fair to say it's sci-fi if we count the Satan Pit as sci-fi. So there you go. You can have that.
If you count what?
I mean, it is, yeah.
The statement
Because
is-
and also I just want to say
oh yeah,
Sa-
Satan Pit is, yeah.
the Satan Pit is part of the Series 2 box set along with the Christmas Invasion. So yeah. Anyway.
Star Wars is not
Series
fantasy.
12.
Oh, here we
It's
go.
Not fantasy.
So now we got Series 12. It's too high. It shouldn't be above Series 2, and it shouldn't be above the specials. That's a load of bollocks.
Very bollocks. Full of bollocks.
The issue I have is like you can put it wherever you want because like it's basic enjoyment or whatever. But like she's not really explaining her reasoning. It's just like
Well,
like
she's
Just
okay.
putting,
Mars
hey,
is-
here's here, here's
Look,
here.
to be fair, let's hear her reasoning. Maybe she's right.
maybe she has reasoning finally for the first time
this is
in
going
this
to be
video.
the highest ranked of the Jodie Whittaker series on this particular
idea how.
list. And
Well, I mean, being highest ranked of Whittaker isn't the most controversial thing about it. It's the fact that you put
No.
it above. It's the fact that you put it above stuff written by Russell T Davies. That's the controversial part.
Yes.
thought Series 12 was stronger than Series 11 pretty
No,
much
wasn't,
across
but okay.
the board.
No.
Nope, it got worse.
No, they're both
Got way
bad
worse.
in different ways and at
It
about the same level of
literally
quality.
destroyed the canon. It literally destroyed the canon.
Yeah. Series 12 and 11 are both bad for different reasons and different ways, but they're both bad.
Pretty much.
Series 12 is more destructive.
I would agree.
But it has haunting in it.
It does.
Yes.
That's why.
No, actually, no. I shouldn't continue it because I actually did change my mind in that video. I did put it below 11. Anyway,
Characters, for the most part, felt like they were working better, although in many cases still not as well as
Nope.
I would have liked. But
although the reason why I put it below was because it has jangling keys, which is worse than
It does.
Series 11.
Sat with
we
no
got an
actual.
introduction to this new master. I like
justification.
Sasha the One and the part a lot. It
Cringe.
gave
Nope.
me another
Really?
at least one episode that I deeply adore.
It's
What?
terrible with a bad conclusion, and it's insulting.
Wait. What episode is
Can
this?
you hear me?
Can you hear
Can
me?
you-
You know, with the
Right.
cancer thing at the end.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Discussion.
Why
Uh,
do
if
you
you-
adore that episode?
If you want to hear,
Out of all episodes in
if
Series
you
12.
want Geeks' take on that cancer scene, check out the video they did with Jay. They talked. There was a video that she did with Jay where they talked about stuff they like from each Doctor, and she mentioned "Can you hear me?" and she explains that they're like her what she thinks the cancer scene is, even though it's not.
I mean,
I don't.
Yeah,
The
but
scene
I
is
think
just
it's a lot
showing
of
that
books
she's
and-
socially
Why
awkward.
do
Like
we
that's
have
the
to
point.
keep coming up with the scene in Series 5 in Vincent and the Doctor every single time? Do we have to keep bringing that up for people to realize that the Doctor does not just waive people's fear of, like, you know, anxiety, fears, you know, of Graham's cancer, and she just brushes it to the side? Are we just gonna, like, God,
It annoys me a lot.
my head. It's one of the worst scenes Chibber's ever written.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know. Maybe
Has got
Colleen,
competition though.
maybe
because
maybe
it's really
maybe
bad.
Colleen James wrote it and it wasn't Chibnall. It is possible.
Ghibli would have soon approved it, so whatever. Fuck Ghibli.
Yeah, true. It's just like how Russell T Davies, it wasn't his idea to resurrect Jenny and the Doctor's daughter. It was Moffat's, but he approved it.
Pretty much.
It's the same thing with the resolution of New Earth as well. Same reason.
Which is Can You Hear Me? It had some other really strong entries like The Haunting of Villa Diodati.
The
Even
one
some more
okay
disposable
entry.
stories.
Really strong is a bit. But
I would
agree
say
it's
it has issues,
alright.
but it overall has decent
Oh
stuff.
yeah, it definitely has
more than
issues, but it
most-
is
more than the rest of
the
the
most
Chibnall era.
entertaining
I'd say
episode.
it's
in Chibnall era, I'd say.
I'd say Haunting is more good than it is bad. How about that?
I think I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
agree with that.
Stories like the Nikola Tesla one are still fun and enjoyable, and I would have
Well,
been
Tesla's
happy
better
with
ones,
this
yeah.
higher,
Tesla's fun. Let's be
Except-
specific
Yeah.
about it.
except finale, Timeless Children.
I just want to put
Yes.
it out there. The Timeless
agree.
Children, like I agree on that. It's not the only episode that's bad though. You got Orphan 55,
Oh, yeah.
you got Spyfall, you got Ascension of the Cybermen.
Both.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of shit in there that you're not talking about.
Man, do I hate that. Not only do I think it's a bad idea, but it's
Mhm.
delivered so narrative.
Yes, it's executed so
poorly.
bad.
I agree.
They basically pulled
completely
the
with
Doctor out of the story going on.
Talk about. They need to talk about how the Timeless Children, in hindsight, makes Fugitive the Jadoon pointless. That's also a big problem.
Totally pointless. And makes it make no sense with the TARDIS.
Yeah.
dump a ton of exposition on her that does not actually impact the immediate proceedings going on.
All makes sense.
Remove her from the exposition machine, quickly wrap up the plot, and then that's it. It's not
really
just an idea I can't stand. It is such a terrible way to deliver.
Then why isn't it below Series 2 then? Counselor Geeks?
Exactly.
The Timeless Children
You know, the whole
alone.
crux of the season.
The Timeless Children alone should justify it being below Series 2, not let alone everything else.
She put a season with the Timeless
architect.
Children in it above the special, which has Waters and Mars in it.
I know, that's just a fucking crime.
That's what she's done. That is what she's done, and I hate that so much.
Yeah, but it's like
just watching Matrix 2 now.
but like because she's got quite lukewarm.
Why has the Matrix been shown?
She's got quite.
Oh, I think I know why. I don't know if you guys know the scene, how the context for the scene. I don't know if everyone.
I literally have not seen a single Matrix film.
I've seen the first one.
You should. But anyway, Matrix. This is Matrix 2. This is a scene where a character is delivering exposition to Neo, and revealing a huge twist in like the entire thing. So that's kind of the point she's making. That it's the same thing as Timeless Children. Well, I don't know if it's like it's the same thing but delivered better, but yeah, it's the same kind of idea as Timeless Children. So that's why this is here.
Yeah. Counselor Geeks is known for having quite lukewarm takes on the 10th Doctor. Like they're always trying to do the whole thing of like, oh yeah, they're good, but not really that good. That's kind of what they always say. Like,
right.
Sad times.
At the end of the Matrix Reload.
Sadly, Jay seems to have a similar take to that too. Maybe not quite.
Yeah,
as
I was about to
extreme.
say Jay.
Not
Jay
as
says the sort of
not
things.
not as negative as Counselor Geeks though. But
yeah.
Jay often, I've heard Jay say they think that Tennant is another Doctor that was also good, as opposed to like one of the best.
Description. I really don't like that description.
Yeah. It undersells all of the great stuff in there.
10 is the best Doctor. You can come and fight me if you want.
I'm not going to fight
Out of New Who, at least.
because I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's competition for sure.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think 10 is the best.
Yeah. I think 9's great. I think the 4th Doctor's great. Second
9's
Doctor's great.
Yep.
3rd Doctor's great. 1st Doctor's great. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? The 5th Doctor is also great.
5th Doctor is Pog.
And the 8th Doctor and Big Finish, at least the earlier stuff, is also on that level. Like the Charlie era and the Lucy era. 8th Doctor is... Oh. Give me more of that.
Just an idea I can't stand. It is such a terrible way to deliver it. This is right up there with the architect at the end.
Bro, what are you? That was a good scene in Matrix 2. What are you talking about? That scene makes. What is the problem with that scene? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't understand because like they were building up to Neo going to the architect, to like finding the door and everything, and then he gets explained, and it's like I don't know if you guys care about spoilers, but like it explains how the idea of like what everything that has been happening in the Matrix is like cyclical, and like the point is that they would Neo actually try to break out of the cycle finally, and it kind of recontextualizes the first film a lot as well. So I don't know, it works really well with the context, and it was all built up. I don't understand why this is the same thing as fucking Timeless Children, where just the Master destroys all of Gallifrey single-handedly somehow. Then he fucking straps the Doctor into an exposition machine and is like, oh, I guess that's what happened in your past. Thanks. Like, because the point of the scene is like to present to Neo the choice, which he didn't have, which he didn't know he had. I don't know. It's a weird comparison.
Neospasian Grand Mole. Hey, Callum.
Yeah.
Elemental Hero Neos. That's the answer.
Of the Matrix Reloaded. Like, I'm not sure there are too many worse ways you could have thought of to convey these ideas. And
how do you feel about that, Marcus?
Fucking, I'm just so stupid. Fucking, how is fucking the entire film was building up to that one scene where they thought they would like find a way to get out of the Matrix once and for all and destroy all the machines. But then he meets the architect and he explains everything, and it's not like unfounded. It's because he needs to explain everything so Neo can make his choice, which is the point of the film, showing that the idea of choice, it doesn't exist. If he gives him the entire context, then he's gonna either make choice A or choice B. Either way, the machines are gonna get the outcome they want, and that's the idea the film is trying to present. Everything there makes sense. I don't understand what the fucking it's talking about here.
Oh no!
I'm annoyed.
I've just seen fucking Tomb of the Cybermen slander on Twitter. No. Callum.
No.
It's all good though. Lord Sly's comment saying, "So you have chosen death."
Oh, is that what the tweet was? I saw. Yeah.
That it was the one enjoyable breath of fresh air in the series, but it would have been just a middling, forgettable episode in any non-Chibnall series. I would agree with that. It's pretty average if it was just like an RTD series. I mean, like,
yeah, it'd be probably one of the weaker ones of RTD series, I'd say.
I would look at it and be like, "Huh, that was kind of weak."
Yeah, like good characters
for a Cyberman reveal. That was kind of.
I reckon if The Haunting of Villa Diodati was in a Moffat series, it would fit right in comfortably.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
And yeah, that alone pulls it down quite a few spaces from where this series might.
It pulls it down
landed.
from higher.
I try not to hold the single worst episode in a series against it, but when it's the finale and when it was the thing everything was building to, it's gonna.
Which is why
put it over Waters of Mars.
Yeah, and series 2, which has a great finale that even you acknowledge that. That wraps up all of this. Shut up, Asmat. I always have arguments with Asmat about Graham Williams' Fourth Doctor. I know you find him annoying, but he's better than you say. He just
Isn't
wants
the Fourth Doctor like the one that everyone says is like the
Tom
best
Baker
as well?
Tom Baker, yeah. But like, I think people tend to look at the seasons 15 to 17 and think, oh, he's just silly in those, when he actually does have a character. It's just that his motivation is different from what it was before and after. Not different, but like the way he handles it is different. So like, he has a lot more bitterness earlier on, whereas once he gets actual freedom, like, or at least almost gets freedom, he starts to, be like, oh, for fuck's sake, I just want my holiday now. He's just really wants his holiday. And then as soon as he gets his holiday, in his last season, the entropy in the universe gets so big that he has to die. So,
fucking hell.
Yeah. Now, the Fourth Doctor's great. I find this the weirdest take is when people say he doesn't have much of a character when he actually does. It's just that it's handled by different showrunners. Like, there's like 4 different showrunners that handle it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't like that take at all. I think the Fourth Doctor's great all the way through, from start to end. At least in most episodes. Maybe not Invasion of Time. That one's shit.
I'm gonna drag it down. Number 8. Fittingly enough, is Series 8.
Okay.
The first series of Peter Capaldi.
That's fair.
I would put it above 6 and 9 myself.
But where it is on like
terms
the
of
physical list, I'd probably put it around there.
Yeah. I think it's. This is. I feel like with Series 8, I want to give it higher than this because it's conceptually really interesting. But in terms of execution, yeah, I'd say this is probably a fair ranking.
Yeah.
I think Series 8's one of the ones that could have been one of the best on paper.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Because it's.
But then you know what ruins it?
Funnily,
Danny Pink.
yeah. But funnily enough, did you know that Nerdrotic actually says Series 8 is like the best of like the entire New Who?
Well, maybe he thinks that because it's got like, I don't know, it's got like a man being angry in it.
Honestly, yeah, I have no clue. He says that Series 8 and 5 are the best ones in New Who, and that when Series 9, it's when it started getting woke.
I mean, series.
Even so, that's
I mean,
gotta get
is it because Series 8's political episode is right wing? Is that why he likes it?
I imagine potentially that could
Yeah.
explain a lot.
Because
So.
Kill the Moon is pro life, not pro choice, and that's a right wing philosophy. So maybe that's why. And also, In the Forest of the Night tells children to not take their meds, which is fucked up.
I don't remember that, but fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Series 8 is an interesting one.
yeah. I think I really like what it wants to do. I don't like what it does.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Run as the Doctor. I have more appreciation of this now, but a lot of that comes in hindsight because a lot.
So my beef with this placement isn't going to be to do with necessarily this. It's more about the fact that they've put like Russell stuff below it, and also that this other stuff that's above it. That's kind of what I would say. Probably have more beef with.
A lot of what I like about this at this point has to do with how much I have come to love and deeply adore the arc of Capaldi's 12th Doctor. Again, I
don't know about that.
Series 10 did a lot of the damage
I feel
control,
like it's not as it's not as crafted as people say it is. I think it's very it's kind of made up on the spot a lot of the time. I do think there is
which is kind of why I think the Series 10 did a lot of like damage control, because it retroactively is like showing that it was all part of his arc.
It repairs stuff that was very much on a scrap on an ideas brainstorm board at the time.
Yeah, I would agree that it feels really just like we're going with the flow. Let's see where it goes.
Because I've seen a lot of people say that scene in Death in Heaven where he's like, I'm an idiot in a box. Like that kind of justifies the shift in The Magician's Apprentice. But I don't know. I feel like it's a bit sloppy. It's not as tight as say like Tennant's arc is, or Eccleston.
There's no way to compare him to
there's Doctor arcs in Classic Who in a format where the arcs aren't even the priority that are done better than this, I think. I would say my praise
for me, the reason I really like Capaldi's era is just that I really like Capaldi as an actor. I think he's phenomenal as a Doctor.
So my praises for the 12th Doctor in Series 8 are more to do with the performance and also the idea of the character as opposed to what they actually do with it. Because I think like Series 8 has an issue where it just basically has like it starts a clean slate and just forgets like Series 6 and 7, because you get stuff like Clara's motivation and deep breath being the polar opposite of what it was in the previous episode. And then you get stuff like the 12th Doctor being like, am I a good man, despite the fact that he saved an entire town of people over like 1,000 years. Like it's very weird and forced, and it's almost like Moffat just wanted to start fresh without having to continue the story. Without having to continue the story that he actually set up for himself, and that's one of the biggest issues of Series 8 is that it's just like, well, that doesn't make sense because this is what we already know about the Doctor. You know, you can't just tell me to forget Series 7 exists. It's canon. Yeah, it's almost like Series 8 might work better if it was actually first and not second for him. Like if Series 8 came after Series 4, maybe it would work better.
I agree with that, yeah.
But I think because it's not, because it has to follow Matt Smith's run, and then it just completely contradicts all of it without any justification or actual natural growth or arc. It's very weird. Yeah. It's a conceptually really interesting idea, but I don't think it's done well.
Reference you a video for like.
Also, Samuel Anderson is trash, and I laugh a lot at his acting because I think he's funny.
Ooh.
I think he's funny bad.
Who does he play?
Danny Pink.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know the actor's name.
You know that bit where
you know
that bit. Listen, where to get cross, he just makes his eyebrows go down a bit, and he's just like, "I don't do weird."
Yeah, he's not good. I think he has like no chemistry
Also,
with Jenna Coleman
remember
whatsoever.
how like the Orson Pink thing doesn't make any sense, and someone asked Moff at a convention, he's just like, "Oh, Orson Pink was a distant relative."
That's hilarious.
Why it matters so much to me, the journey that he goes through over series 8, 9, and 10. And
That's fair
knowing
enough.
where he's going to end up makes me much more appreciative of where he started. It's kind of like how, yeah, in A New Hope, Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, but Luke's actually a good character in A New Hope, for the most part, from what I remember.
Yeah, no, he's good in New Hope.
Yeah,
But I get the idea of like in A New Hope, he's just very much following the hero's journey, like
well, on
beat for beat,
paper,
without having like many.
on paper, I can see the correlation between Luke being a whiny teenager and Capaldi being gruff, to then becoming what they become in Return of the Jedi and Series 10. But that's all on paper. There's so much in between.
Yeah,
there
because
that you
then
have to
when we
pick
actually
apart.
get into when we get into how A New Hope, Empire, and Return of the Jedi changed Luke, it's like much better informed than
Because
Series 9 and 10.
Yeah,
and 8.
because Luke's arc is actually really well done. It's very natural.
Yeah.
Possibly not the most like original thing, but to be fair, this was the 70s, so it was new ground.
It was just the hero's journey, pretty much.
At least in like blockbuster Hollywood area, it was new ground.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at like novels, it's the opposite. Like novels have been in depth for a very long time.
It was definitely inspired by like Dune and shit like that. So
yeah.
Skywalker is kind of whiny.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
But if he didn't start that way, him ending up where he does by the end of Return of the Jedi wouldn't have the weight.
I am a Jedi.
But that's not the issue with Capaldi, though. Like the idea of the journey is actually the part of it that is interesting. It's how they manage it.
Yeah, but I get from like an enjoyment or appreciation point of view,
So
like what she's saying.
when you can end a character
in terms of how it can like change her perspective on a series because of knowing where the character ends up, seeing the journey can. I think
given the nuance of the disagreement I'm having, I think it says a lot more to Series 8's credit over the ones that are below it, at least the ones that should be below it. Because when it comes to stuff like Chibnall and they're praising that, I'm just like, you're just fucking flat out wrong. Whereas something like Series 8,
if you compare Series 8 to 12, it's like pretty clear.
Yeah, whereas like Series 8, I'm like, yeah, I can see how you got to that deduction, but there's also problems that hold it back.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like a medium disagreement as opposed to a strong disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think it's a little bit, it's not as... Them acknowledging Series 8 being at this level because of Capaldi's arc, it disregards the fact that Tenet has the same thing with Series 2, in the sense that the arc starts there and they're not acknowledging why that's also good.
A good point.
Yeah.
That is a good point, yeah. But I guess it's like she said that Capaldi's arc is more personal to her.
I don't know, maybe... With, sure. But also it might just be the fact that the way that Capaldi's arc is presented is a lot more upfront. Mm-hmm. And so it becomes clearer to some viewers as opposed to Tenets where you really have to sort of, think about things that, like with Capaldi, a lot of it is in what he says, whereas with Tenet, some of it is with what he actually doesn't say. It's often reactions to what other people say, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people misunderstand that's Martha's exit scene in Last of the Time Lords, because he doesn't say that many words, but the way he reacts to what she says is all part of his character. Whereas with Capaldi, a lot of the time it's him actually stating outright what his character arc is. Like, Clara, am I a good man?
Yeah, I think with
whereas you look at something like
it's way more subtle.
You look at something like Tenet, like he has to be really pushed to actually talk about what he's thinking.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you have that scene in Sontaran Stratagem with Donna, and she's like, "Oh, I'm going home." Like his reaction there of him just trying to figure out what to say and just being like, "Oh, it's so soon." It kind of just shows a lot about his character without him, like, I guess, being a clear like way too explicit about his views on like why it means so much to him that Dawn is just leaving him by this point. Which is something that I really like just also from continuing on from where he was with Martha by the end of season 3.
Well, then yeah, it's okay if they didn't quite click for you at first, and he didn't quite click for me at first. Despite that, there are still some very good episodes in here.
There's like 2 or 3.
There's Mummy on the Orient Express, which is terrific.
That is a good episode.
We get the introduction of Missy, who I love, and I'll say
Who
this
isn't
flat
good
out,
here?
and I will stand by it.
I think Michelle Gomez is great in it, though. She carries that
Yeah,
character.
Michelle
she's
Gomez is
great.
fantastic. She's
But-
fantastic.
But
Super
it's
confusing.
the setup could have been done a lot better.
A lot better.
Like, I think what they go for in Series 10 would be enhanced if the setup in 8 and 9 was better done. But I think that probably comes down to the fact that Moffat didn't know he was going to do Series 10 at the time. He wasn't planning to.
Mhm.
So that might be why.
Man, how sad would it have been though if we got Missy? No, none of like Series 10 Missy.
Well, you know what was originally going to happen is Capaldi was going to be in Series 10 with Chris Chibnall. So
Oh.
there you go.
Oh, that would have been actually god awful.
Clara has way better performance chemistry with Capaldi than she did with Smith.
I
It was
agree.
Sure,
The
Performance chemistry, yes, but character-wise, there's a lot of issues.
way
worst
worse.
with the 11th Doctor, but she clicks with Capaldi's Doctor so much better, and
Yeah,
it
I
makes
agree.
me like Clara more. So
I mean, to be
I
fair,
agree.
she could have clicked with Matt if they'd actually done it well.
If they actually given her any character, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the
But-
thing though. There was nothing for them to click together with when there's no character. in
Like a lot of
Clara.
Series
they wouldn't
8.
have been jealous of that.
Well, Series 8 was originally going to have Matt in it, and it was going to have a lot of the same ideas.
Which would have been interesting.
Yeah, because it was going to be Matt becoming a much darker, more serious Doctor before his regeneration. And we were going to get like the time of the Doctor, how he's on Trenzalore for like that whole thing. That was going to be like a whole season.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he like Stephen Moffat was going to do like a Flux, but on Trenzalore.
That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Though with Moffat, who knows how that would have gone.
Yeah, I don't know. It could have ended up weird. Anyway,
So, yeah, Series 8, it's a decent one all around. Number 7, Series.
okay.
Oh no.
That
well-
is way too low. What the fuck?
Below Series 6. Interesting. So
Yeah.
I will
Oh my
say
God.
it's moving in the right direction because last time it was third from the bottom. So at least it's moving in the right direction, but it's still too low. Because as you all know,
I
Series
think
3,
where I would put it, it would be like either
Series 3 is my
2
number
or
1.
3
I
in
love
my
it.
list.
I love Series 3.
Oh no, yeah,
That's-
I know. I love it too, but it doesn't beat Series 4 for me. But
Fair.
it
I
is
mean,
fantastic.
my
It's
if I-
number 4. For
I
me,
don't
think.
I wouldn't go out of my way to make an argument against that, but if someone asked me to, I think one thing I could say is that Series 3's problems aren't in the finale, whereas Series
Oh no,
4's
yeah,
are.
the series 4, the finale is definitely much worse. than Series 3.
Though at the same time you could counter that and say Journey's End is better than 42. So there you go.
Easily better than 42. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
because the
I hate that
character
episode. so
characters.
much.
because it has great characters in it. So
Yeah.
there's that. Anyway,
42 is abhorrent.
but regardless, Series 3 and 4 are both phenomenal and should be near the top of lists in my opinion.
Yeah, like those two, and I guess Series 1 are the ones I'd put at my top.
I'm the same. I think Callum puts 5 over 3 though.
I mean that's fair, but
I can't remember what
I
my
like
last.
three.
Yeah, you put 5.
me
You put 5 just over 3, I think.
Oh yeah,
I'll
last one.
be surer of where I'd put 5 when Colin gets off his ass and we can finally watch it. So blame him.
Oh, so it's almost as if I've been editing a
I think
very
it's
very
been-
interesting video for the channel.
I think it's been.
But I
yes,
also
it was.
edited like the reaction show each Flux episode and Eva the Daleks. Too.
I think it's been. I think it's been almost.
Yeah, well, shut up.
I think when I last watched 5 was 2 years ago now, because it was the start of COVID. That's when I watched it. think.
Last time I watched it with my dad, so probably like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's probably 2 years. Series 3 is not a mixed bag. Series 3 is awesome.
Yeah.
Series 3 is fantastic.
Like,
So underrated.
let's see here.
So underrated.
Very.
Like it has some bad episodes, but even the bad episodes are really good
Well,
stuff. Like
you gotta take into account that the bad in them are like they're all to do with like plot cohesion and stuff, like, mostly.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Well,
As
other than 42, yeah.
As opposed to like as opposed to other series where the bad stuff is actually bad for the characters and the series as a whole, because like everything to do with series 3 that's to do with like the through line and like how all the episodes link together is like some of the best stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, like series 3 has my favorite episode, which is Human Nature and Family of Blood, the two-parter.
So good. So
that
good.
already. Yeah, that already puts it like really up there.
Gridlock
But like
is phenomenal.
even Lazarus Experiment, the characters in that episode are fucking fantastic. So it's just like there's a lot of really good stuff even when the episodes aren't great. It's generally just 42 that I would say is like pretty much irredeemable.
Daleks in Manhattan's way better than people say it is. Some people think it's like the worst Dalek story. It's like way better than a lot of Moffat and Chibnall's Dalek stories.
The second part definitely gets worse, but the first part is good.
Yeah, but the funny thing is about it is that the problems with it are stuff that you come to expect with your standard stories as opposed to what people actually say about it. Because when people talk about Daleks in Manhattan, they're like, oh no, that's like bottom 10 of all time. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's insane.
Yeah. There's also, I think, controversially, there's a lot of people on Twitter that hate the Shakespeare Code, including Jay. But I think,
I remember Jay tweeting
maybe about that. I think I would have to ask them to talk about it in depth because they didn't really give me that answer. But it might be because of Gareth Roberts and J.K. Rowling, which I guess I can understand that.
I could understand it, but Tin,
what's your take on that? Yeah, because Tin, you're part of that group. What do you think of that?
I just separate art from the artist. Plus,
okay.
Everything's gonna be dated. So then going good old J.K. making a bunch of Harry Potter references in 2007 before she said
no, but it's bad now. We need to shame them because of now.
Yeah, that's what it's like. When I was watching, I was like, "Oh, that didn't age well," but it's not like they could have predicted that. Like, it's funny from a perspective of like, "Oh yeah, this character travels
for making that kind of reference."
Yeah, it's what I find weird. It's like you can't just like be mad at someone for not predicting something. Like, I don't know. It always seemed weird to me when people are upset at that.
Yeah, it's like
sure.
It's like if someone said like, "Oh, in the Hungry Earth 2-parter, they should acknowledge COVID 10 years before it happened."
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's the kind of thing I find super weird.
Plus, it's like a thing of like Harry Potter was popular as an episode about magic.
Yep.
And it's in 2007, so inevitably it was going to happen. Inevitably, that's a thing that would have happened back then. Plus, it's a bit dated. It's not being.
I'd like to
separating.
I would like to
from like the meta.
I would like to talk to Jay about Shakespeare Code, to be honest, because I want to hear what they have to say. Because a lot of people that hate the Shakespeare Code on Twitter, like their reasons are I just don't give a shit. But if I hear what Jay has to say about it, then maybe I'd actually be interested to, because they usually actually have like a more in-depth reasoning for why they think something's bad, as opposed to just like, oh, it's transphobic because it says J.K. Rowling's name in it. Yeah. Anyway,
it has that one joke that people say is transphobic, even though I don't find it transphobic.
Oh yeah, the whole London never changes thing, which I just like.
That's a funny line.
No, I think it's just like I think it's just saying like, theatre actors in London like to do cross-dressing. I don't think it's transphobic.
Yeah, it would be transphobic if it was criticizing it.
I think people interpret it that way because it's written by Gareth Roberts, who is transphobic, and that's probably why they think it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough.
I always just interpret it as like, I don't know, something about drag queens or something. That's just what I thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was about London is a very vibrant place, or how the Doctor sees it.
Yeah.
I like the penis head Dalek.
No, Connor, it looks like penises.
I like it when
hate
monsters look
penises
disgusting.
here.
I like it when monsters look grotty. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
3. I think people
Boo.
feel I'm a bit harsh on this one, but
Yes,
look, even
yes,
on
yes.
revisits and accepting that there are definitely things that are good here and some individual episodes and stories that are phenomenal. I mean, Blink, Utopia, Human
Yes.
Nature,
Yes.
and
Yes.
Family of Blood.
I agree with all this.
Amazing stuff.
and Gridlock, and the Sound of Drums, Last of the Time Lords, and Smith and Jones, and the
Agreed.
Shakespeare Code.
Agreed.
Don't forget.
Yeah.
And I
Also, The Runaway Bride's really good, isn't it, Callum?
Huh?
also love Martha. But I kind of love Martha in spite.
Oh, here we go.
What?
Here we
What
go.
are you talking about?
It's
What?
come that time, ladies and gentlemen, for the bad take of the Doctor in Series 3, as always. Please take the hot seat.
Ah, man.
I'm already
People are
sick.
stupid.
You know on the Graham Norton show how they have someone sit in the red chair? I feel like we need to have someone on every EDAR who thinks that the 10 month thing in Series 3 is shit, to sit in the red chair and we just flick the switch and they fall down.
The thing is, though, most people we have on EDAR agree with our takes and how we talk about.
Yeah, because
media.
we talk about what actually happens in the story. That's one of the the fact that it was a misunderstanding at first. That's something that people forget.
Here's a very hot take, which is correct. Martha was almost the same to blame as 10 with how both of them handled this relationship.
I don't like the whole thing of making her look like a victim. That's the weirdest thing to me, is how people think that she's
Martha
a victim.
lied in episode 1. She lied in episode 1 to 10.
Yeah, they both made mistakes, and it was a misunderstanding, and it didn't work out. It's not like the Doctor's a fucking primal hunter and she's a victim. That's what people make it out to be.
Martha's story that she says in this
might just be
criticizing both people in that story.
It might just be the fact, it might just be like a gender thing. Maybe they think that they have more sympathy for her because she's a woman. I don't know.
Maybe.
You're only saying
10 kind of looks pervy in this pose.
Yeah, he's looking away because he doesn't want to give her eye contact because
because he's he feels bad.
She's exposing his inner monologue.
Yeah.
Of this series than because of it. Because I feel like, granted, it's part of the narrative that the Doctor doesn't fully appreciate her properly, but I can't help but feel like the show itself.
Shut up.
No, fuck off.
Shut up.
Are you stupid?
Please
Shut
stop.
up.
Please stop. Please stop.
If you watch fucking Human Nature and Family of Blood, are you gonna tell me the show doesn't appreciate Martha? Fucking what? This is insane.
Doctor thanks her. Thanks for looking after me.
Fucking Smith and Jones. How is he not gonna fucking appreciate? What's happening? What?
In episode 1 of series 4, the first episode of series 4, the Doctor literally says how brilliant Martha was.
Yeah. Okay. You in the fucking finale, she walks Earth to be able to tell the Doctor's story to people on Earth to be able to beat the Master once she gets back to the ship. And so are you gonna tell me that that's not the show appreciating her? She single-handedly pretty much saved the world by doing all of that. This is fuck you.
But guys, she gets shitted on and is a rebound.
Yeah. Fucking stupid.
Really have a full appreciation of what it had with Martha.
What
As is partly evidenced by how quickly she fell for him. I mean, I don't like that plot line in the first place, but how quickly
because
they
he's
saddled her with that.
He's a doctor
not
who
a big
saves
fan
her
at all.
life.
It also doesn't help.
Yeah,
And saves a whole building of people.
He's also got a magnificent machine that can take him to places that she wants to go to escape her family struggles.
And he's trying to impress her.
He's also David Tennant in the blue suit. I will just say that
He's a
too.
very attractive person.
And very charming. And appreciates
and
her knowledge
was
and
kissed
her...
by him and took that weirdly, like she did. And there's so much context here that people are blatantly ignoring when it comes to Martha Jones.
And he compliments her intelligence too. Remember, he's like, when they're in the hospital, he's like, right, I want to have you by my side to solve this problem because you're onto it.
And he fucking kisses her in that episode. Remember that?
Yes, and she takes that kind of the wrong way.
Yeah, because she's a human and he's not.
And
she's
whenever
like,
people's like, oh, but the story wrote it like that. It's like, there's a reason why.
And
she
tries to egg him on to suggest that it's romantic, and he says, no, that was a genetic transfer.
He shuts it down instantly, so you can't blame 10 for that.
Mm-hmm.
You can blame him for other stuff in the season.
Yeah, doesn't he say when he's about to kiss her, like, I'm sorry, but I have to do this?
Yep.
And also just before they go traveling, he warns her about the fact that he's going through some shit because he just lost someone that he really cared about.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you're replacing her, and then act that kind of way though.
As opposed to not telling her until later, which would have been much. The fact that he actually tells her straight away is like, well, I am having this issue, so I need to deal with this personal thing, and saying that with the knowledge that Martha has said that she's not interested in him is fair because she lied to him, so he assumes that she's not romantically interested. And he sees her in the same way that he sees Donna.
Yep.
So it's all fair. And Martha made a mistake, just the same way that the doctor made a mistake by not telling her all of the truth. He told her some of the truth, but not all of it. Especially when it comes to like Gallifrey. That's something which comes up in Gridlock.
Yeah, which is kind of the point. Yeah, I was going to say Gridlock. The point of that scene at the end of Gridlock, it should be like, dude, okay, this is the time you have to tell me the truth. You can just keep like dodging the question.
Yeah. Also, if we want to tie that into the themes of the series, being very atheist is like, don't have false hope and belief in something that isn't gonna better your life. So like with Martha, it's believing that the Doctor will change and love her back, or the Doctor believing that he can forget about Rose and Gallifrey when he can't, because it's always going to be there. The Master believing that he can control the Earth and eventually the universe with his power. And having that ripped away. The whole thing about the difference between the messages you have versus the person you are, and the idea of the Master wanting to be an idol, whereas the Doctor not wanting to be an idol and wanting only his ideas and morals carried on through people as opposed to him as a figure, which is why the human race forgetting about him is so important. It also ties into the Doctor's daughter with the same thing at the end.
I was going to say, the Doctor's daughter.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on there that they're not acknowledging.
Help that while I have softened on
In spite!
John Sims' master, because the 3 times we see him are wildly different. This is the iteration.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say they're as different as some people think they are. I think it's still the same character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hate it when people say
I think
he's a good character, but he's nothing like the Master. I hate when people say that.
Yeah, it's not true. It's just it's like I would say John Sim is as like the Master as Tennant is like the other Doctors that came before. Like if you look at
I agree.
If you look at like Pertwee and Tennant, and then you look at Delgado and Sim, I think they are as different as each other.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe cosmetically, John Sim looks very different because he's he doesn't have a goatee, but like, and he likes to dance around a bit. He's not as suave, I guess, but those are all like surface level traits.
Yeah, which is the kind of thing that changes in regenerations, right? Like that's kind of the point.
It's like surface level traits, but he's still like hypnotizing people. Mm-hmm. He still wants ultimate power. He wants control. He's obsessed with his image being adored, and he also fears the Doctor looming over him like a spirit, which is something that was shown in the Delgado story, The Mind of Evil, where he sees a vision of the Doctor laughing over his body, and it's the same thing as Last of the Time Lords when the Doctor goes over his body at the end. It's like this is all very consistent.
I like the least between this and End of Time, and then Series 12. So that doesn't.
Series
10.
10, you mean?
Yeah.
Series 12 is
I
the
do really
worst
like him in
Master
Series
in New Who, though. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that there's justifications for why Sim's different in each story. So, like, in this one, he's trying to be a prime minister. In the second one, he's undead and homeless. And then in the third one,
the thing with the End of Time as well is that his regeneration, his like resurrection was kind of botched. So like he's going insane.
Yeah,
so it's
and
fair
then-
if he's different.
No,
And
but it's
then-
cringe though, guys. It's cringe.
and then the
I
third,
find it hilarious.
and then in the third one,
I did do.
in the third one, the drums are gone. The drums are gone,
Yeah.
so he's no longer
A lot more
having
calm.
he's no longer having manic episodes, and he's much more. He's still the same incarnation as has some of the same Sim traits that he had, but his manic episodes are less frequent. In fact, they're not frequent at all, and he feels a lot more like Delgado did when the drums weren't so loud. So there you go.
Doesn't help either, but still good stuff. Still some strong.
Oh yeah, that's another thing about the drums that people don't acknowledge. It actually explains why the Master gets more crazy with time. On top of the fact that he ended up dying and being resurrected after Delgado and before Ainley. So the drums actually helps explain why the Master changes as well in Classico.
Yeah, and it also kind of annoys me with Sasha Dewan, the way he acts, considering that would all have been like.
There's
after
no
the
justification for his
fucking-
craziness.
Yeah, because
he's just insane because we
if
need
you-
an actor who reminds people of
if you count
John Sim, because people
so
like John Sim.
if Big Finish is canon, then Dewan is 100% after Missy. That's confirmed.
Yeah.
Which annoys me.
Yes, same.
Thankfully, it's
Stop.
third-party media.
Big Finish
Until they confirm it.
Well,
So,
Big
Until
Finish-
they confirm it, yes.
Big Finish do have
I want
box
them to
sets, Callum.
confirm it, to be honest.
Finish.
Basically, I want them to confirm if it is canon or not, so then we can stop having this whole hissy fit over if Doctor Who itself is canon, which I think is dumb.
Well, it's the thing that annoys me as well when I'm talking about the MCU, and I'm like, oh yeah, if Agents of Shield is canon, then
Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah,
This is-
it will be canon.
Mhm.
Let me put it this way. We don't have confirmation, but we know it's A, officially licensed, and B, from the behind the scenes on Big Finish releases, I know that A, they watch DVDs of stories that are relevant to ones they're writing, and also they will often call up people that wrote it. So like when they did the War Master, Nick Briggs called Russell T Davies about it because it's his character. And so Russell was just like, "Oh no, but how can you do that if we have the story about him being on the beach as a young boy?" And then they basically changed it so that the War Master takes place before he ends up on the beach, and in the story he reverts to a child at the end.
Right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm certainly fine with it being canon as long as it works.
So
you
Big
know?
Finish, they do try to have it fit into the canon. I can tell
As
you
they
that
should.
much.
Even if it wasn't canon, even if it officially wasn't canon, I still would want them as writers to have it fit in. You know.
Yeah, it would
But
be because otherwise this was the issue I have with No Way Home.
So here's the
where,
thing. Here's the thing. I do think that Big Finish is canon, but the BBC won't say that because that means that you can hold them to it. That's the reason why they won't want to say it.
Yeah, it's the same way where Marvel just doesn't confirm it with whether Agents of Shield or Agent Carter are canon.
Also,
yeah,
remember the TV show has acknowledged Big Finish as well. You just have to take that into account. Like in Night of the Doctor, it acknowledges Big Finish. So that's sort of
It acknowledges the
Oh yeah,
companions,
it's
which,
the
sure.
companion. Yeah.
I would say Big Finish is as canon to the TV show as like the Raimi and Mark Webb films are to the MCU. It's like
That's what I was gonna say though.
Yeah.
In No Way Home, what they do is that they have so many inconsistencies with the Amazing Spider-Man films and the Raimi films that the most charitable inference would be that those films aren't canon to the MCU. They're like from, I guess, alternate universes that are somewhat similar to the ones we've seen in the other films.
Yeah.
But then it becomes way less meaningful as a film to have these characters that we just never seen before because they're from like a different universe than the ones we've seen in the other films. So which is kind of the point of what I'm talking, like, that's why I want Big Finish to keep consistent, even if they aren't canon, because otherwise those stories are going to be way less meaningful.
I'd be more inclined to agree that if they weren't incompetent in all the other areas of the films.
Defrosted Robot 77, Martha is so much better than just okay. She's one of the best written characters in the show. And that's classic and
Yeah,
Yuzu.
Other than Donna, I'd say she's the best
She's
companion.
probably in the top 10 companions in terms of writing, I'd say. And that's the whole show. That's all of it. All of the canon, all of the box sets. So, yeah.
The box sets.
Yeah. And that's saying a lot, because there's some great companions in this show. There's a lot of them. But Martha is one of them.
Like I said, I do like these. Number 6. Series 6.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, no.
3 is
Why
way
is it so
better.
high?
It's not better than
Why is
3.
it so high?
If you want to talk about
better than
finales,
specials.
if you want to talk about finales, The Wedding of River Song is one of the
Worst,
worst.
one of the worst ones.
Mm.
One of the
Yeah, it
worst.
kind of just destroys everything.
The Series
Not
6
fun.
finale directly damages stuff from Series 3, I can say that much. Look at something like Human Nature Family of Blood, that outlines the Doctor's character in regards to wanting the life that he wants and not being able to have it. You look at Wedding of River Song being a culmination of that, in the sense of he's finally found the person that he can live with and love in River Song, and yet the wedding itself is science bollocks, as Tim would say. They don't actually focus at all on the character stuff. In fact, they even damage it, and the plot makes no sense, and it's fucking garbage.
Yeah.
It actively
Series 6 has
it actively makes all of the jangling keys in the whole thing just pointless. So,
Yeah.
and it damages all the stuff that was hinted in Series 5 as well, and Series 4 with River.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's Series 1 and 2 to extent too, because Rose Tyler is a big part of that arc. So, yeah, I'd say probably from memory, the only actual good bit in the Wedding of a Song is that phone call he gets about the Brigadier's death. Because apart from that, it's fucking shambles. And that's not even getting to stuff like Let's Kill Hitler, and The Curse of the Black Spot, and Night Terrors and Closing Time and the Flesh two-parter. And I would say Goma Goes to War too. It has a lot of issues. And actually, the opener does too. It's like silence concept is one of the best in the show. We talk about like Chibnall wasting good concepts. Like the silence is another thing where it's like this monster could have been one of Moffat's, like, you know, a bit like the Fashion Errata and the Weeping Angels and, you know, all that. It could have been one of his iconic, like, awesome monsters. And conceptually it is, but then they waste it by the execution. Like, you know, how they have that scene where it shoots that old lady with lightning in the bathroom and then they never use it again when it would benefit them. Yeah. And also, the way Moffat handles the messianic side of the Doctor in that story, it kind of misunderstands what Russell was going for. Because with Davies, like with something like Last of the Time Lords, the whole point is that they're creating a figure around him so that humanity will bind. Because the idea is that humanity in a crisis will turn to religion, which they do. Not only because we know this because of real life, but also because of gridlock. And so the idea of the Doctor acting as a messianic figure is one that is presented to the characters in the story, but it's not like the truth. It's how they use the Doctor's figure to, you know, resolve a problem. Whereas in this, with the whole church thing, the Church of the Silence, and like you get the whole thing with the Matt Smith's like long hair and his beard looking like Jesus and all that. I feel like the way Moffat handles it is not the same, and it doesn't really hit the beats in the same way. You know what I mean? I feel like Moffat's a bit more on the nose with that allegory. Yeah.
This is one that lost steam as it went along, unfortunately, because a lot of the two-parters and even the start of an overarching story.
I will say, though, The Doctor's Wife, The Girl Who Waited, and The God Complex are great.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I agree with all of them.
it has that going for it,
Are
which puts it above a few of them. Like it puts it above the Chibnall ones in Series 7 for me.
Yep, indeed.
really solid here. I love the concept of the silence. I think it's one of the coolest,
So do I.
creepiest things that modern Doctor Who has given us. I know most people would give that to the Weeping Angels. I actually find the silence creepier, personally, at least in their introduction.
As an
when they first
idea,
brought in.
I probably agree.
I mean,
Yeah.
depends on the story. I think the silence in that
Yeah.
story are better than the angels are in Manhattan. But like, you know, if you're talking about Blink, I don't think it's comparable. I think.
And yeah.
I don't know. I feel like also
conceptually, I would say the silence are scary.
also I think that the scary part of the angels is very surface level. It's just the sort of the design and like the fact that it can touch you with lightning speed. But I think the angels are so much more than just a scary villain. I think that's something that a lot of people misunderstand. A lot of people, especially like casual fans, will only talk about how the Weeping Angels are scary. But when you watch Blink, I think there's more to it than just being scary. I think it's also the whole time travel element of it is really cool. The motivation that the angels have, the fact that they have to, consume years of people's lives and send them back in time to survive, and they're scavengers. I think that's a really awesome idea. And
yeah,
it's far more than just being horrifying.
In here, but we've got other amazing two-parters as well with things like the Rebel Flesh.
No.
Blech.
They just describe it as amazing.
How is it
Apparently.
amazing? Dude, just look at the shot of when the thing's head like stretches out and turns into like a weird.
What about the
horse
scene
thing.
with the real Doctor abuses Amy? What about that?
Also, they assassinate Rory.
Although, to be fair, it is quite an interesting idea that in the scene when you first see it, you think it's the Flesh Doctor and real Amy, but it's actually the real Doctor and Flesh Amy. By the reveal at the end.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but no, I think I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember the Flesh two-parter. At least, like subjectively, I hate the story, but I remember it having a lot of problems.
I think it's abysmal.
I think it has a lot of problems.
And the almost.
I mean, it's written by Matthew Graham, so are you surprised? It's like let's give the guy who wrote Fear Her a serious two-parter. It's like Fear Her is meant to be fluff. Like the Rebel Flesh is meant to be like an actual, sci-fi story, a serious one.
People. And then there's stories like The Girl Who Waited. So much good stuff in this.
Talk about the God Complex.
The finale's a mess. But unlike, say,
agreed.
Series 12, the finale doesn't tick me off.
Why not? I mean, the whole series is basically pointless because of the finale.
Why? You haven't explained why.
It just frustrates me because it's got even some neat ideas, but it is a jumbled mess that doesn't know what to do with all the things it's juggling, and it feels like a very limp payoff to huge swaths of not only this series story, but River Song's story overall. So that is largely what is bringing this one down. As I said, not dragging things down quite as badly as...
But why doesn't it not tick you off, though? You haven't explained that.
Yes, he said because it's just Actually, I don't know. I don't understand. Because he didn't say exactly what. She didn't say what exactly ticked her off.
So, Defrosted Robot, I could see an argument for that, but if you were to ask me, I would say Fear Her is better. Because what's good about
What
the
is
Flesh
that
two-parter?
noise?
Oh, it's me tapping my bottle on my chair.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm fidgety. Yeah, what's good about the Flesh two-parter? Tell me that.
As the Timeless Child did.
No, you get no reason.
It does hold it back a bit. Finishing weekly is never going to work in a series' favor. Number 5, Series 9. Yeah.
They put this above Series 3 as well.
Yeah,
they did.
A series that has Hellbent in it.
Hellbent.
With Hellbent in it, yeah. A season with Hellbent.
And the first 2 episodes. The
girl-
Dalek two-parter.
The Ashilda two-parter, the Maisie Williams two-parter, and let's not forget about that.
Oh yeah, I want to throw up now.
The guy who wrote Kill the Moon doing a Zygon two-parter. And there's also Sleep No More. Yeah, and the Hybrid arc. And I Have a Duty of Care, Clara. It does have Heaven Sent, but I think I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be this high, in my opinion.
Yeah. Believe it or not.
Also, Dr. Disco as well. Let's not forget about Dr. Disco.
As much as I hate Hellbent, it's not dragging this series down as much as it might have otherwise.
Why?
Because
But no,
why?
No, it does though. It literally ruins everything. It literally ruins everything. It literally ruins.
I mean, to be
everything.
fair,
it ruins the good episodes.
To be fair, if you take Series 9 in isolation as the arc that it sets up being what it is, you could argue that Heaven Sent ruins everything because it's the opposite of everything else. But in terms of the actual like show as a whole, yeah, no, Heaven Sent is what is consistent with the show. Yeah,
I do hate Hellbent. I really do. I freely admit that I don't get it. I
get it.
I don't understand what it's doing. Because if it's doing what I think it's doing, none of that is stuff that it should be doing. None of that makes any sense as a
well, I know what it's trying to do.
Yeah, I know what it's trying to do as well. Like it's the Doctor and Clara is the hybrid. They have a toxic relationship, but they need to be separated in order for them to live their lives. That's what it's doing,
and it's stupid.
Yeah,
the thing that you would want to do. So I must not get it.
It breaks the show to try tell a story that's not earned.
But I've revisited the thing multiple times. People have explained to me why they like it, and I'm not negating any of those arguments. I still really hate it.
Can they explain why it's good, though?
So I just gotta pretend that this ends at Heaven Sent and move.
Oh, don't pretend. Just be honest, man. Sorry, woman.
No, you can say that.
My mistake. No, it's a mistake. Fuck. I understand the motivation for wanting to pretend like Heaven Sent's the finale, but it's not the truth. It's not what happens.
It's a lie. You're lying to yourself.
I'm sure we would all love to pretend that Heaven Sent was the finale, because that would make things much better. Right? But that's not what happens.
Bit of an odd ending, though.
The hybrid is me.
Anyway, Series 10.
Now, am I being gentler on a really bad final episode in a series because it's my favorite Doctor? Yeah, possibly. I
don't have to do that because I think Series 2, 3, and 4 are all great. So there you go. And that's not bias. It's just fucking facts, brother.
That's how forced is. Not only do we have the Impossible Girl art linked with the Doctor, but we got the fucking hybrid linked with Clara. How contrived is that shit?
Hybrid. I think they acknowledged Danny Pink once in Series 9 at the start.
Of course they do. Well, I think they mentioned like the boyfriend thing and like Under the Lake or whatever.
Oh, there's that scene in Series 9 where Clara says that her bisexuality was just a phase when she made out with Jane Austen. Do you remember that?
Oh
yeah, Danny Pink gets mentioned.
I remember
in
when
Face
she
Raven,
mentions.
and that's it.
Remember when Shilda randomly appears at Coal Hill School in a photo?
Don't.
No.
It's like at the end of The Woman Who Lived, I
don't
think. Or maybe it's the Zygon one, I can't remember. It's one of those two. I think it might be the Zygon one. I can't remember.
Anyway, Series 9 is fucking shit.
Apart from some of it. Some of it's good.
Apart from like 4 episodes. 1/4 of it is good.
I have a lot of beef with The Witch is Familiar because it wastes like 2 phenomenal actors. Because the acting in it is incredible, but all of the context of what they're talking about is made pointless. And also, fuck me, Moffat, Davros's eyes were burned out. They did not grow back, you moron. He just wanted to do the Darth Vader thing where he's just like, I want to see you with my own eyes.
Let me see you with my own eyes. Leave me.
Yeah, see, now, if they say that Big Finish is canon, then that makes it even worse. Because It's established.
Exactly.
But actually, no,
Exactly.
you don't even need Big Finish. Why the fuck does Davros have an eye on his forehead? It's because they were burned out. It's not because he didn't want to open his eyes, you idiot.
It's a stylistic choice. It's not a face, mum. It's a third eye.
Yeah, I'd rather
I've got a third eye.
I'd rather look through my third eye than my own eyes because I'm scared of opening my eyes.
I'd rather look through my arse.
Yeah, so you're going to tell me, Moffat, that Davros survived that massive burn to his face that you can clearly see. The eyes didn't get burned. Despite the fact that the rest of his face is fucked.
As Davros likes to do, he always likes to dress for the occasion.
I always dress for the occasion. God, imagine Eric Roberts as Davros. Yeah. What about
Davros is actually the master, but crippled.
What about when the Doctor randomly finds a tablet that can make a Shielder immortal? Remember that?
Yeah. That was dumb.
Yeah. Anyway.
I have to acknowledge that's certainly an option, but I really do think that pretty much all the rest of this is really strong, or at least was interesting if didn't quite nail it.
Nope.
I mean, yeah.
Interesting is a interesting word.
Yeah. I kind of have a somewhat similar take with like Series 8 in that, yeah, Capaldi's era is very interesting. But some of it's not done that well. Including especially this, I'd say. Although I'd probably say the ideas that Series 8 goes for slightly appeal to me more than 9, because I think 9's a bit up its arse. It tries to be, I don't know if it could have pulled it off, but it definitely, some of its ideas are a bit like, maybe you shouldn't do that, you know, like with the Davros stuff, and the Ashilda being immortal thing. It's like, even at a conceptual level, I'm like, maybe you shouldn't do that. Whereas with Series 8,
maybe you should.
Almost all of the ideas in Series 8 could have worked really well if you'd executed them right. Whereas, like, you know, Hellbent, for example, is just a fundamentally bad idea.
Given all the context of the show itself, yeah.
But I think it's fair to say that I think Series 9's highs are higher than 8, I'd say, probably, with, like, Face the Raven and Heaven Sent.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
That's actually so true.
Shielder,
that Prime's just said in chat.
But even that one, I don't think is.
The fact that a random computer chip gave her complete immortality, but Jack got revived by Space God and still dies. Well, because the thing is, Jack's not immortal. He's just his death is a fixed point. I saw Harbo have a take on Twitter the other day that was interesting. That said, if Rose killed Jack, he would die. What do you think about that?
No, I would say if the bad wolf killed Jack, he would die.
Yeah, I think I'd say so too.
Because it's the bad wolf power that gave Jack life, not Rose.
Yeah, it's the bad wolf entity.
Rose was the host.
Yeah,
Rose was taken over. You know, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, because the whole point in Parting of the Ways is that she sacrifices control of her own well-being and safety to save the Doctor and other people too, if she can. And the idea is that she lets the bad wolf entity within the TARDIS take control of her. I think also people that are like, oh, I don't, you know, they're talking about like when the Doctor kisses Rose as bad wolf. Some people forget that it's kind of an unclear thing in the sense that yes, he is kissing Rose's body, but he's also kissing the bad wolf entity, and so there's like a little like bit of gray area there in the sense of like, well, in a way you could almost look at it as like him being romantic with the TARDIS's energy through Rose, if you know what I mean, as opposed to just her. I think that's a nuance that people tend to skip over because I think people, for whatever reason, see Bad Wolf and Rose as the same person when they're not really the same.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost I kind of like, because you know how we're talking about like the Doctor's arc of like wanting to find the right person to settle with from like marriage or whatever. I like the idea that like the Bad Wolf entity is the thing that Rose doesn't have that would be compatible with the Doctor, if you know what I mean. It's like that non-human element that Rose doesn't have, and then the Doctor doesn't have the human element that she needs that the Metacrisis does have. Anyway,
bad. But then we've got these other stories that are just really good, strong stuff. There are specific hiccups along the way with things like The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar, but it's so much fun.
Is it?
Watching
I have fun with
these
those
characters,
episodes.
watching Capaldi, watching Missy, and having the chemistry between.
I mean, it's
this scene was so cringe.
I mean, the Magician's Apprentice 2-parter has some like good exhibitions of performances, but I would say as a story, it's fucking dog shit.
You remember that
I
you
would agree with
sent
that.
me not long ago about the Dalek scene that the
Yeah.
fucking
The plot
laser
armor.
bounces away the rules. Yeah,
Yeah.
with massive amounts of plot armor.
Yeah, it's silly.
Yeah,
Very silly.
really cringe.
Yeah, if yeah.
Alarms will make stories last over 5
I
minutes.
genuinely think that people like
They
this
don't.
story because it has, good actors in it. That's probably the reason. Like Peter Capaldi, Michelle Gomez, Jenna Coleman, and Julian Bleach are all like top level actors. So I think that's probably the main reason why people like this story, because the writing.
It's the reason why I like it. So, yeah.
Because the writing is fucking it's tatters. All of the stuff that they set up in it that could have been good too is like squashed by the end as well. It's like it turns out the Doctor and Davros were actually tricking each other, which actually we already knew because at the start Davros says that that's what he was doing. So it's like, okay, yeah, like it's like, wouldn't it have been so much better if the whole point was that the Doctor and Davros come to terms with each other, as opposed to actually it was all a trick. I was going to use your regeneration energy to bring myself back.
It would have been more interesting. I hate that twist.
Yeah. And then they try and act like at the end when he walks with Child Davros like they've had some kind of resolution to their characters, but they haven't.
Yeah.
Also, I hate the scene with Clara and Sarah the Dalek, and when she says something like "love," it just says "exterminate."
Yeah, they
It's really
reveal it's
stupid,
like
it makes no
it's like
sense.
Daleks say I
yeah,
love
that
you.
was never the case. Yeah,
And
that
they
was
talk
never
a-
the case.
Yeah,
before.
and Moffat retcons it to be like the casing is what makes a Dalek as opposed to the mutant inside, which is, I fucking hate that so much.
which is if you watch Dalek, the series 1 episode, like that
Yeah.
episode is heavily contradicted.
Yeah, this is not life. This is
Because
sickness.
Moffat is an incompetent writer when he doesn't try hard.
Like I get the idea he's going for, but he can't do that with.
I mean,
the
Moffat
Daleks.
himself.
With Daleks.
Moffat himself says that he reckons he botched this story. So there you go.
Thank God.
He also said that about Bells of St. John as well.
Bells of
watching
St.
them interact,
John.
and then
What episode's that?
7B opener, like the one where
Oh yeah, with the Victorian Clara, right?
yeah, and like it has the Wi-Fi, the evil
Oh,
Wi-Fi.
Not
yeah.
the Victorian one. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah, the Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes.
that was against Snowman.
Yeah, Victorian Clara's
No, yeah, the
Snowman.
Wi-Fi episode. That episode is something, alright. Yeah.
It's very like
I haven't
Style
watched
of
it in so
Substance.
long.
I remember I watched
Yeah,
it
100%.
like I watched it last year. It's very Style of Substance. It's also very like Disney. Like the scene where the Doctor meets Clara by her window. It's like
Yeah.
so Disney.
I didn't realize
Yeah,
how much I
it's-
like people saying Doctor Who.
I invented the quadricycle.
then we've got really well thought out two-parters like
Oh, what's that thing? He like leaves jammy dodges by a bed and then he eats one. I remember that scene.
Under the Lake and Before the Flood, and
Actually,
Face the
Jammy
Raven is
Dodger.
really good, and
So, Under the Lake
Yes.
Before the Flood is a really good story, but there's actually a couple of moments in it where I think it's a little bit weird. Like, the cue card scene? And,
Yes, I remember that scene.
and also the scene of the TARDIS where he's like, Clara, I have a duty of care.
Heaven Sent. I think that's the big difference between this and say Series 6 or
Yeah, but you haven't, like, acknowledged... Like, Series 3 and Series 2 both have episodes that are, like, also phenomenal, and you haven't acknowledged that. And the issues in Series 9, like Hellbent's, like... Yeah. I guess maybe it's just Capaldi bias, because it's their favourite Doctor, so maybe that's why.
Potentially.
It might be a bit
Series
of that.
12, where the finales were dragging them down a bit. Because here, there is an episode that is as good as Hellbent is bad. It is being counterbalanced by something.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. You know how they said before they liked Martha in spite of Series 3? I'll say I like the 12th Doctor in spite of Series 9. There you go. Here's my take.
Of quality actually higher than the issues I have with Hellbent. And that helps balance the books. Number 4.
I think it's a bit more complicated than that. But whatever.
Yeah.
Series 1.
Of course. I knew this.
At 4.
Well,
that's
at least because
fine.
last time they did this list, they had Series 6 above Series 1, and I had a massive rant. So
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This time they have Series 6 over 3. Although, to be fair, they had 3 much lower last time, too. Oh, well. I know that Counselor Geeks has a lot of hot takes on Series 1. Sadly.
That's interesting. But, try to think where I put Series 1 on my rank. I think it would be, like, really high. It'd be, like,
used to
second
be
number
or...
2 for me.
You used to be my favorite, now it's my number 2.
It's, for me, it's either second or third. Yeah.
My appreciation of Series 1 has gone up quite a bit over the years. I've been
Good.
harsher on it in the past, largely because
I remember they didn't specifically say it, but a lot of the reason why they didn't click with Series 1 is because Series 1, out of all of them, is the most, like, British one. It's, like, super, super British. And I think Counselor Geeks just didn't really click with that because they didn't really get it.
Right.
But, like, the whole tone of it and the whole way it's written is, like, it's intended for a BBC audience to watch. And there's not much outside of that. That's why you get stuff like, I'm going to die in a dungeon in Cardiff. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
because of aspects that the show's moved on from since then. There's a lot of the more camp aspects of Doctor Who, which, again, were legit to try out. Classic Doctor Who could be pretty camp at times, but
And all the better for it, I say. Because I think
I really like the campy aspects of
Camp Doctor Who is
I
so
think it's
fun.
so fun.
Mate,
Yeah, it's part of why I love the RTD era. Is like
were
it
talking,
balances the campiness with the seriousness really well.
we were talking before about Graham Williams era Tom Baker. Like, that's got some of my favorite camp in the show.
Mm.
I must say, what a wonderful butler. He's so violent.
never went down right for me. Things like the trash can devouring Mickey or the Slitheen.
That's funny.
And there's a couple of
Selena based. Selena great.
Slovene are great.
I want to be naked.
I must be naked.
You look magnificent.
Your body is magnificent.
Someone be naughty.
floundering
I need an
episodes
adult.
like The Long Game, and I think
I am an
Father's Day
adult.
is possible.
Oh, I forgot about this. Counselor Geeks doesn't like Father's Day. Boo.
Boo.
Why would you like Father's Day? That episode's amazing.
Oh, it's
Have
so
you not been watching the
good.
video, Marcus? It's full of bad takes.
So good.
Possibly one of
Well,
the
like, out
most
of all
overrated
episodes, why Father's
episodes in
Day?
the entire history of modern era
Why?
Doctor Who.
Why?
But
Why?
Christopher
Why?
Eccleston
Tell me you
is
fucking.
so good.
Watch.
You can just move on from that. I need to know why the fuck
Check
Father's
out-
Day is.
check out their review of Father's Day. It's a lot of bollocks. Anyway.
In
I
this.
imagine.
He carries this so much. And again, am I
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, Chris
Chris
Eccleston
Eccleston's
is one of the best things about it, but it's not just about him. It's also the writing as well. And I've made this very clear on Twitter. One of my biggest hot takes is I don't think the Big Finish Ninth Doctor stuff compares to Series 1 on the whole, because whilst it does have Eccleston, it doesn't have RTD, and that's missing a major element of what made Series 1's Ninth Doctor so great.
Mhm.
So, there you go.
biasing it in his favor because I don't have another series from him to be able to award above this one? Possibly. But he really is that good. I fell in love with his Doctor immediately, within seconds of him
Yeah,
being
'cause
on
it's great.
screen.
Nice to meet you, Rose.
Yeah, he's very charismatic.
That does not always happen.
Great actor.
My
Yeah, I
favorite
think
Doctor is
he
Capaldi.
strikes
I didn't love him.
he strikes a really nice balance between being both charismatic but also very like sort of relatable. He's quite grounded
That's
and
rare. You know what I just noticed? Because she just said Capaldi's her favorite Doctor. It's rare to have someone say that, but also hate Hellbent.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting. I've never seen that before.
It's pretty based.
I know my friend Mason really likes Capaldi but doesn't like Hellbent.
I think it's the most based you can get.
Oh,
if
and
Capaldi's your favorite Doctor.
Ivy Hanover is the same. Capaldi's her favorite Doctor, but she doesn't like Hellbent.
I wonder how much because of that is about because of how good he is in Series 10.
Not necessarily because she started watching when Series 8 was airing. I think she really likes Clara too, but she hates Hellbent because of what it does to Clara. So it's like, even if you like Clara, you can still hate Hellbent.
Hey, that's me. I like Clara, hate Hellbent.
Well, I hate Clara and I hate Hellbent.
You only like it because it's Jenna Coleman and you fancy her.
You too, though, Tin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm calling him out, so
Mommy.
Are you my mummy?
I mean,
why have you done that,
ever
Tin?
since-
How have you not made a clip of Are You My Mummy?
I mean, ever since
There's
you
an
should,
idea
you
for
should
you.
do the one from the Poison Sky.
Marcus and
based
Zod do that all
Nah,
the time.
ever since I heard stories about how much of a diva she is, I've got like a stink taste in my mouth about Jenna Coleman. Especially when I heard like Adam's story when he met her and she pretended to be sick so she wouldn't talk to him. It's like, wow.
Yeah,
To be fair,
I changed your opinion on her now, lads.
No.
Nah, still hot.
Yeah, she's
Wow,
Exactly.
wow, Tin.
I think Jenna Coleman does a really good job as Bonnie in the Zygon two-parter. Because she's really good at playing a villain. Because she's a massive bitch.
I was going to say it, but then you said it.
Yeah.
To be fair, Clara is just a straight up bitch.
Him for over a full series. But Eccleston captures this sense of fun and adventure covering a layer of very deep, very recent hurt.
He's not the only one, but he definitely has that about him.
Yeah, she's really good in that.
I think to not acknowledge that with Tennant is a bit of a crime, but whatever.
And he
well,
brings that
maybe she
across
might. I don't know.
So
I guess it's not as recent in some cases when it comes to the Time War, but it's still there.
Yeah, I would say like Gridlock's a perfect example. of that.
Oh, Gridlock. Oh yeah.
master.
You're right there, Connor.
And also,
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I like the dynamic between Rose and the Doctor better here than I did with Tennant. So
Most people like that.
That's fair. I don't know. Like Rose was definitely better in series 1. She has much less development in series 2. But I won't say it's like inherently one
I
is
think
better than
both
the other.
are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both are great. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
it's fine.
I think they just do more with
yeah.
it in series 1, but that's because it has to do a lot of setup. Whereas series 2 is very much just following up on that.
Yeah.
So there's less to do with it. Also, do take into consideration that one of the series 2 episodes is Doctor and Companion Light, so she has a very small impact on it outside of, you upset my mum.
Mhm.
Although,
Which is it's a really funny line. I love that.
Although, let's not forget the Christmas Invasion is also part of series 2.
I mean, that is a good point, Connor. I'm glad you brought that up.
So they do actually have 13 episodes of her development, each a colour.
Not when it sells on BBC iPlayer.
Fuck's sake.
It just doesn't. I'm not wrong there.
So there's that as well. But again, this is also a case of the episodes that are good are some of the best in the entire series. The two-parter of The Empty Child's.
If Jeb was here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, it is really good, but I understand Jeff's points about it being overrated.
It does have some of the Moffat problems, I guess.
Moffatisms, as there always are.
Yeah, but I think I understand why it's so universally acclaimed though, because it's got the stuff that is good in it is just ridiculously good.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Maybe Jake's take on it wasn't as hot as we thought it was.
Well, no, because I think that it's more just like
though he had pretty low, to be fair.
His reasoning for why he rated it at the place that he did were not the same as Jeb.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I mean, normally people are more retarded than Jeb, just as a general rule. So
well, Jake's not retarded. He's just.
No, I'm just saying. I'm also more retarded than Jeb.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Like
I agree with that though.
You look at someone like Jeb, right? He'd be like, okay, so Rose's actions in the Captain Jack scenes are inconsistent with World War III's ending, right? That's a reason he gave. Okay, you compare that to something like Jake, where he's like, I don't like happy endings. It's too Hollywood. You know, it's a very different reason.
Stupid.
It's a very different reason for why.
That's fucking stupid. Oh, whatever.
Look, I don't blame Jake. I think he's just like super depressed, but oh well.
It goes back and forth with a couple of other.
I mean, it is a reason. I think he's just super pessimistic. He likes dark shit.
Yeah.
Watch Legion
as possibly being the single favorite of the entirety.
Well, you could probably tell they
Doctor
were still on the channel.
Yeah, I remember because you remember I said that Council of Geeks had Idiot Slanton as their worst of New Who. They had Dr. Dance their favorite.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
What is a mouse?
Exactly, though. Yeah, that's true.
That good. And a lot of the rest of the series is also incredibly good. I still am probably a bit harsher on it than some people, but I have to acknowledge, if I can't praise Eccleston anywhere else, then this deserves a slot right where I put it.
That's not really a good reason for putting it there, though.
No.
You should just judge it.
Like the actors.
You know, you should just. I'm seeing a lot of like curving and bending. It's like I'm gonna forget that Hellbent exists and think they haven't since finale. That's why it's this high. I'm gonna praise series 1 because it's only Eccleston's only one. It's like no, judge it fairly.
I'm just gonna invent my own canon.
Judge it fairly.
Yeah, like you can still say like the season is not as that good, but Eccleston is
5.
great. So I don't understand. Oh, that is surprising in ranking. I expected it to be way lower.
No. Well, here's the interesting part is that Council of Geeks puts it this high, and yet they don't like the Big Bang. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
This was the first of Matt Smith's series, and I would say also by a considerable margin his strongest. Now,
easily,
I would agree with that. 100%.
Oh,
well, you're the biggest. You're the biggest Matt Smith era fan, right, Connor? I know
more than Tharies. Clearly.
Series 5 is pretty genius.
I think series. I think Tharies did a tier list and put series 7 and 8 here.
Oh,
that is an interesting ranking.
That is a choice.
Yeah.
I'm iffy on the Cracks in Time. Is not a overarching story that I particularly love. It's fine.
So it's interesting how Council of Geeks has put series 5 and 3rd, and yet doesn't like the Cracks in Time. Like these are weird.
She's saying like she doesn't love, but it's fine.
I don't know. I feel like these are weird. This is a weird deduction. It's like you dislike or don't care for some of the parts of series 5 that are most important bits, and you still put it that high. It's like that's an interesting take.
Well, I guess if the characters in it are like something that really compel,
I guess so.
To like it, I guess it would like counterbalance it. I guess
well enough. I actually don't like the Big Bang as a finale, but it functions. What? I don't dislike it because really
it functions, but I don't like it. Okay.
Well, at least she acknowledges it, I guess.
I mean, sure. That's the best we've gotten so far, really, with something like that.
I mean, unless I unless I rewatch it and get a different reading, I'm kind of the same. But I think the reasons why I'm like that is different to Counselor Geeks, because I remember when Counselor Geeks.
You are
I remember
wrong.
when we saw their take on the Big Bang, I was like, yeah, no, that's not
I
my
wonder how
reasons.
much of it I would disagree now if I rewatched it.
We
'Cause at
will
the
only
time I
know
was
when we
just more
watch it,
like,
isn't
yeah.
that right, Column? Get to fucking editing, you poo-poo head.
I don't know if you noticed, but we're literally doing a stream right now, so I can't.
Wow, okay, so you just can't edit while we're
Just
streaming.
multitask you.
Yes, that is literally what I'm saying.
To me, or I think it's damaging, or it couldn't possibly have ever worked. I just am bored by it. It feels like an exercise in narrative not tying than anything else. But all that,
But it needs to answer all those questions.
I mean, to be completely fair, like, is that not the same as a lot of other finales, apart from the ones that don't narrative not tie? Like, isn't that the whole point? Is that you're meant to wrap up
I
what the
don't
story
know,
is?
just any story ever made.
I mean, if you set up the answers, if you set up the questions, you need to answer them.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I feel like the Big Bang's just one example of that. That's also, that's the same thing applies to other things as well. So it's not like tying your story together is inherently a bad idea. So they're trying to say that tying your story together is boring. It's like, what? You like stories that do that, though. It doesn't make sense.
I guess the biggest thing would be that Big Bang focuses way more on plot than character, which is something that Jab was even talking about when he watched it recently.
I think that was actually one of the reasons why I wasn't that keen on it. I think that I remember.
Yeah,
that.
it's because like I can understand it. It's like, oh yeah, we're just tying up the loose ends and.
I mean,
like,
it does
sure,
everything.
but then
It does have
the
a-
last like 20 minutes.
It does
I'd
have,
say,
yeah.
very
It does have.
Oh no, yeah,
character-focused.
I agree. It does have character, but like the idea is, if it focuses so much on plot, you're gonna be like, might be pretty bored if you're not invested in
Well,
the.
that's to be fair though. That's not
Rex and time
necessarily
shit.
true with me, because there's plenty of stories that are very plot focused that I like. So I don't think that as a premise is the reason. I think it's probably.
Oh yeah,
more-
but like she was saying, she doesn't like the cracks in time. So as a an overarching story, so when it comes to like giving the answers to that, she's not gonna be like fully invested in, because the finale doesn't focus as much on character as it does plot. Then I can understand like
Although
her
I do
feeling
think
that way.
in terms of like sort of I guess symbolism, I guess a shoelace is a nice way of describing that plot. Kind of like tying a shoelace together, because it's got like quite a lot of threads moving around. At least with time.
Yeah.
I need to rewatch it so I can get like a more in-depth way of describing.
that said, Matt Smith nailed this character immediately. I got him as the Doctor
Agreed.
right off. He came fully formed.
This
There
whole
are-
scene is great.
I would somewhat agree with this tank. I think he nails it most of the time.
Yeah.
At least in terms of.
I would say he gets better as the seasons go on, as in like being able to embody the character. The issue I have is that the writing as in the other seasons
yeah, it's kind of a
much worse.
it's
So
kind
it
of
like
it's kind of an
ruins
annoying
his
thing of like
performance.
where his acting gets better but the writing gets worse.
Yeah, and
So-
then like he can't showcase his acting that was like
I think the
that was like really good in series 5. It would be fantastic by series 7, but he doesn't get the material.
I think
he should get.
the perfect medium is something like the God Complex, where he's finally like nailed everything about the performance and the writing is great.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree with that.
Yeah, I think he's a bit he's good. He's good. Good performances in 5. Some of them are great, but like I think some of the smaller details of his acting is a bit green, because he's just sort of fresh on the show, and he's like 26 and hasn't had that much experience. He kind of figured things out as he went on in terms of his on-screen confidence. I also think it might be because when he'd actually already played the role, he already had references as to what he wanted to do with the performance, whereas here he just watched one DVD of Tomb of the Cybermen and thought, oh yeah, I like Patrick Troughton's acting style, I might try and replicate that. And then you have to balance that with the fact that Moffat is giving the 11th Doctor characterization that is different to that, which requires a lot of range. So, I don't know, I think it's debatable, but I do think he's quite good as a performer. But I don't agree that he's as good as like Eccleston or Tennant though, or even Capaldi. in terms of.
Oh no, yeah. I
performance.
think of New
I
Who
agree.
doctors, he's other than Jodie, he's the worst actor, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't blame him for that because he's not. He doesn't have as much range as other actors, and he was young at the time. But if he was cast now, it might be different because he has a lot more, I guess, age and experience and gravitas. But I don't know.
Oh yeah, if you see him in Last Night in Soho, it's like he's phenomenal. In
I think at
I
this
still need to see that.
I think at this stage of his career, like in his late 20s, he's one of the actors where he is great when you write him into a situation where he's at his best in terms of his strengths. So I think he's always very good at like tender moments, the very like tender, quiet moments, which is why I kind of think like it would have been
But
interesting.
that's interesting because in Last Night in Soho, he's like very loud and angry.
Yeah. But
he's
I'm
really good in that.
specifically talking about like him as the Doctor, especially in Series 5. I think.
Right.
I think he's at his best.
Yeah, which is why it'll be interesting if he's in the 60th anniversary.
Yeah. I've always
written by
thought
RTD.
like it would have been interesting to see Matt Smith in like Classic Who when the Doctor didn't grandstand. I guess the Doctor does grandstand a bit in Classic Who, but not as much, at least at this point. It would have been interesting to see Matt Smith playing a classic style Doctor who's a lot more like sort of just here to figure out the mystery, as opposed to, something like the big speech in Pandorica Opens is not the kind of thing you would get in Classic Who. You know what I mean? If he was if Matt Smith was playing like the second Doctor, for example, it would be interesting to see how that would have gone down.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Troughton's a much better actor, probably because of his age and also just his charisma and his eyebrows. Yes, Jamie.
Are some doctors, and this isn't a complaint about some doctors, oftentimes watching them find themselves and become who they're going to be over the course of a story. Again, Capaldi, he's my favorite.
That's why Series 2 should be ranked higher for those exact reasons you just stated.
That can be incredibly rewarding, but there is something about a version of the Doctor who shows up and within seconds into a newer generation is fully formed, and this is who you're going to be on this journey with for the remainder of his tenure.
Would you say that's true?
I don't think I would.
I don't think I would.
I think he changes a lot throughout his 3 seasons.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like his experiences...
Sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse.
Like you can see like his experience in his eyes as the seasons go on, which is, I guess, kind of the point of a Time of the Doctor.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree
Seems
with
weird
this
to me.
I mean,
Yeah.
I guess you could take it as like a lot of regeneration stories tend to have the Doctor like knocked out and out of. Actually, I'm going to disagree with Council of Geeks. I feel like if they're making this argument for Smith in this, I feel like you could make the same argument for Eccleston in Series 1. Because in a lot of ways, he's as fully formed as Smith was at the start of Series 5, right?
I would say Eccleston is more fully formed.
Yeah. Because even then, he already had his post-regenerative trauma.
Yeah, which is that's kind of what I mean. When we meet him, it's like after all that.
Yeah, and then
he's just already acting like the Doctor. Like his first line is just
and then following it, we get the arc.
Yeah,
and that's what you get with Matt Smith right out of the gate. This is who we got, and I love him. I love him a lot.
Yeah, I just feel like
and while I
Eccleston's
may
the
not
same.
feel the finale is as strong as other people think, the first part of that finale, the Pandorica Opens, that's a great setup, great tension.
Yeah.
Love it.
I think I said before I'd really like to see either a spin-off or something of like showing us how the Alliance formed. I think that could make for a great political drama, just seeing how all of these different factions of people that have different ideals came together. I know that they are united against the Doctor, but I feel like there's a lot more you could do with that.
Oh yeah, there'd be a lot of
Little
bureaucracy
two-parter,
to deal with.
possibly.
I think that would be interesting. If it was written by RTD, considering how good he is with like politics,
Oh, of course.
that would be amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, but also just be able to see scenes of like, how did the Daleks and the Sontarans agree on something? You know, when there's such different points of view.
Works really solid. The opening episode, the 11th hour, is probably the strongest start of a modern era of Doctor Who, period.
Best
We've
opening.
got Amy's Choice, and we've got Vincent
I
and
think
the
I'd agree,
Doctor, which is just Beautiful.
Amazing.
Two bangers.
This
two
is
absolute bangers.
Are they referencing only to like post regen stories? Or are they talking about like series
Well,
opener?
no, I think they mean every. I think they're talking about every season opener.
Smith and Jones is my favorite. Funnily enough, Smith and Jones is
I
actually
think that was stronger.
Smith and Jones is
I'm
actually
I'm
the
sure we'll
story.
watch 11th Hour, I'm sure.
Stephen Moffat actually said that he based the plot of the 11th Hour off. It's like as a fugitive.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
And also,
similarities.
Chris Chibnall did that too with Fugitive of the Jadoon, but it was shit.
Uh,
Yeah, it was really, really shit.
Yeah.
really good piece of work. Now we're about to get to the top two, and I got to tell you, the difference between these is a hair's breadth.
Look, I think
It's
if I were to
Or
make
intended.
make a justification, I think 10 stronger than 11. I think Martha stronger.
If you're only counting Series 5 versus Series 3,
or we're just talking about the opening episodes.
Yeah,
themselves.
literally
Oh,
just
it's
in those
the only
episodes.
episode.
Yeah, I'd say
Just
10
one, is it?
stronger than 11. And I mean, to be fair, it is a slightly different thing because with 10 we already have Series 2 to work with, so there's groundwork
Yeah.
to build on. Whereas with 11th Hour as a post-Region story, it's a fresh start, so it has to, do everything from the ground up. So that is a difference. And also with Amy, there's also the time travel element of you see her as a child and then as an adult. Whereas with Martha, it's only as an adult. There is differences there to where the criteria would be different. But I still think overall,
in the episode alone, I think Amy gets more depth than Martha does in her first episode.
Yes.
But yeah, but in terms of Doctor, I
We get
think I would
how
agree that 10 is
event
better.
and that one night kind of changes her, like in the future. I think
Yeah,
there's
which
a
is
lot-
just
and
by
there's the
virtue of how
conflict
like
between them is
the
very
episodes
good.
are set up, with not like
Yeah.
one
Also,
being
I think-
inherently better than the other.
I also think the one thing that the 11th Hour has is that it's 20 minutes longer, so it has more time to build that up as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
also
of that additional 20 minutes is there so that you get the scenes with Child Amelia Pond to set up the rest of the story.
Mhm.
Anyway,
so close. But let's start with
Series 4, I'm imagining.
number 2.
yeah, probably.
Series
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
thought so. Because I think
Hang on.
Series 10 will be at the top because it's Capaldi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
4. Tennant's best, both in terms of his performance, the overall quality of the stories that he's in, and paired with his best companion, Donna
based,
Noble.
very based.
I do like Tennant,
Extremely
despite popular
based.
belief. I don't like him nearly as much as a lot of the fandom does, but I do like him. But I
don't know if-
love
There's a
Donna.
lot of fandom that doesn't.
I'll tell you what.
Especially.
Counselor Geeks, I'll tell you what, you would love Tennant in Series 4 a lot more if you actually had like the Series 2 and 3 love like we do. If you actually were able to put those
And
pieces
understood the
together,
context of
if you
where
were
his
able to
journey's
put
going.
the pieces of 2 and 3 together the same way that we do, 4 with Tennant would come off a lot better than just being good. Because Tennant's great. Because Donna's great too, but Tennant is great as much as Donna is great.
Donna steals my heart and then breaks it by the end every
pretty
time.
much.
She is everything I want in a companion. She is not
Yep.
romantically entangled with him. She is his best friend.
Well, I mean, that's not why that she's great, but it is something that is
Yeah.
part of
But
her
it's what she
character.
said that it's what she said is like what she wants in a companion.
Well, the point
It's more
isn't that it's not something else. The reason why she's great is because in a lot of ways she is that person that the 10th Doctor has been looking for.
Mhm.
That's the
Yeah.
reason.
I
It's
just
to
want a mate.
it's to do with what she means to his life
want
and
you,
what
mate.
and what he means to her life. It's a lot more deep than just being, ooh, I don't like that Rose and Martha are romantic, and now we have one that's not. That's great. Like it's a lot more than just that. It's actually
You're not mating with me, sunshine.
I think that I've never liked the take of Donna is good because she's not Rose and Martha. I've never liked that take. That's always pissed me off.
Mhm.
Because I think Donna actually complements Rose and Martha in a lot of ways.
Oh, I definitely agree. Which is kind of why I really like how she interacts with Martha in Sontaran's Stratagem as well. I think it really just showing the differences
and
the
Rose and
similarities and how
Turn
the
Left.
Doctor.
And Rose and Turn Left.
Yep.
Man, I love them in Turn Left. Oh, to see developed Rose, with Donna.
Yeah.
Been like,
So good.
I've been through this shit before, and I
Mhm.
believe in you because you're, I can see that. Not you're special because no reason, but you're special because I can see why you're special.
Such a fantastic episode.
Yeah.
She will push back on him for being an idiot. She's here to have fun, and they do.
Well, I mean, he's not an idiot. He's just morally different and a bit off the wall. But I wouldn't call the Doctor an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, so
by the way,
often
the
it
series
feels
10
like
finale
lately
is great.
There is the supposed pitch that the Doctor and the companions are doing these things to have fun, but you frequently lose the sense that they actually are having fun whenever they're on any of these adventures. It's like assumed that the fun happens in between the episodes we see. These two have fun while they are together. Yes, things get dire at points, including some episodes that I think are deeply underappreciated, like Fires of Pompeii.
Yes.
But these
Very based.
know
Very
how to have
fucking
fun
based.
around and with.
That's
each other.
literally the most base
And
thing
this
she
has
said
got
all video.
A
And that's
bit of an
not a lie.
indulgent finale, but I think a really strong one. And as I said, bit of a heartbreaking one as well. It's also got another one of my favorite two-parters with Silence in
Yes.
the Library and The Forest of the
Very
Dead.
good.
And
Yeah.
It's just a
Very
shame that all
fucking
the
good.
setup was ruined in Series 6, but oh well.
And it's also a fantastic
Yeah.
introduction to River Song. Whatever you think about what happened with her
I
later,
agree.
her intro is stellar. And
Yep.
there are some weak moments in this. I don't like the Doctor's daughter very much at all. And the Sontaran too.
It's not that
Oh.
bad.
People have that take. It's not bad.
Oh,
You
the
wanna finish the
Sontaran
sentence
stratagem.
Oh, this.
Finish the sentence.
Two-parter is basically just fine.
It's better than fine.
It's
Just
actually
no.
great.
It's way better than just fine. I'm sorry.
Imagine
Yeah,
imagine
it's
putting
really
Series
fucking
4
good.
imagine putting Series 4 this high and shitting on this a little bit.
He's a mini
But
coming soon.
There's also Turn Left, which is an episode I have come to appreciate a lot more in the years.
You do.
Imagine
it's one of the best
so
episodes.
imagine
It's one of the best
imagine
episodes of
imagine
the
this
show.
statement. Imagine this statement. You say that Donna's your favorite companion and always has been, and yet you didn't appreciate Turn Left when you first watched it. Imagine saying that.
Yeah, that's fucking. That's a take.
It's like, well, it's like, so you love Donna, but you don't like her best story. Great. Okay.
That really encapsulates how great of a person and character she is.
Mhm.
And actress.
An
Yep.
actress, that's
Catherine
absolutely-
Tate is
Since it first aired.
insanely
And
good.
Midnight.
Yes.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Yes.
Between
Masterpiece.
having some stellar episodes and consistently one of my favorite Doctor companion pairings, this one's hard to top.
But it is a crowd pleaser. So
There is
Yeah.
one I'm going to play so
Yeah, well, if you ask me, it hasn't been
Number
tops.
Yeah.
I've
No,
since-
Series 4 is the best.
I certainly hasn't been top since, I'll say that. Moff and Chib
Yeah, no,
cannot
definitely.
top the 4.
one. Series 10.
Mm-hmm.
This is my favorite Doctor. My favorite performance from him during this series. This is
That's
where
fair.
I
the Doctor's
agree with that
journey
one.
landed.
I guess because Series 9 will only have like Heaven Sent that would actually just like actually rival in terms of performance.
Well,
right?
I
season,
really,
yeah.
I really like his performance
because
in
in
Series
terms of the
8.
entire
I
show.
really like his acting in Series 8. I will just say that.
Oh yeah,
But-
well, I really like him in Series 8 and 9, but the issue is with Series 10 you actually get some really good material to work with, so I think his performance is
Yeah.
elevated by that.
it
Whereas
has
with 8 and 9 is like he's carrying some bad shit.
His output is always great, but the value of his output is better utilized in Series 10 because of the writing.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Landed right where I needed him to be. The journey he goes on in terms of the characterization from Series 8 to Series 9 to here, for
Is
me, is a
inconsistent.
journey of finding the exact sweet spot for the character. And for me, it does feel like a journey.
I feel like that's quite metatextual, though. That's not really in the.
I think that really encapsulates how inconsistent.
Yeah, I feel like that's more of an arc for Stephen Moffat figuring out what the fuck to do with the character rather than the actual character in
makes
universe.
It seem like stuff like Death in Heaven makes it seem like Hellbent, and makes it seem like Series 10 as a whole was this journey that was very consistent, that had a very clear through line, when it does not in any way.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with this take at all fundamentally, because it practically is very 3 different versions of this version of the Doctor.
I also think there are ways you could have made Series 10 better with better setup, especially with Missy.
Exactly. It probably would be the best if Series.
I also think that a lot of Series 10 is just good. That's kind of how I take it. I don't think it's some of it is great, but I don't think a lot of it actually reaches to that sky limit, if you know what I mean.
It also has one completely fundamentally garbage episode.
Well, 2, I'd say. At least 1 or 2.
Well, the one that I'm interested in thinking of is Eaters of Light.
Yeah, no, but mate, The Lie of the Land, though, Callum. The Lie of the Land is really bad.
Oh yeah, I forget that exists.
And also, let's not forget, because Extremis had such a strong concept, it actually wastes that whole setup. So you got like a block of it that chucks away what could have been a great story. Yeah. I also like Nardol's fine, but I don't think he's like as good as other sub companions like Jack or Mickey or Wilfred. You know, he doesn't have that level of depth that they do. I think my biggest sticking point with Series 10 is I think it is really good, but I don't think it's like it doesn't have that same level of writing that like Russell has. And it also, personally, if we're including Classico, I just prefer Classico. It's like the serialized format and everything. And there's just like
I think Series 10, like against RTD, it's like Series 2 level, but worse a bit. Or like the same level. It doesn't reach nearly like anywhere near as good as like
though
as
a lot
good
of
as
people
RTD has.
A lot of people tend to prefer Series 10 because they find 10 and Rose aggravating, whereas Bill and 12 are quite safe in terms of their dynamic because it's quite relaxed, whereas RTD's character drama is often very intense, and so you have to have a kind of you have to have a taste for that. You know, you have to be able to bear human characters actually being people as opposed to just being nice to each other. To be fair, Bill and the Doctor do have clashing, which is great when it does happen. But
yeah, I really like Bill as well.
But
it's
a lot
like
of it,
even
a
if
lot of it is
when
just,
they don't clash, it's not like it's bad. It's just a different
but
approach,
I think the clashing is kind of done differently. It's more. I think Bill is a lot more like she's a lot less like flawed as a human being than someone like Rose is. Like she's very sort of angelic in some ways. And I think
I would agree with that.
That's probably why some people prefer it, because it's like with Bill, it's like she's disapproving of the Doctor's past having killed people, right? That's different to something like Rose being in love and being attached and not considering the fact that she's putting herself in danger having this lifestyle, right? Because that's a very personal issue that she has to overcome her selfish urges, whereas with Bill, she doesn't have those selfish urges. She's just disapproving of murder, you know? And it's kind of a different way of looking at it.
Which I think is kind of the point Moffat was going for with like having her become a Cyberman and kind of strip her of like the goodness it has within
and it's
her.
like
Which I think
it's like also the things that Bill struggles with are more to do with like who she is in a situation that's been given to her as opposed to like what she does. So like things like having you know, dead parents and, you know, being person of color and LGBT and all that. It's like those are like personal issues that she's born with, whereas like with Rose, people tend to not like her because she has selfish tendencies, which is a very like it's based in her actions.
Yeah,
but I actually think that's what makes Rose better than Bill, because she's more like she has more character and more like flaws and
she's
more dimension.
way deeper as a character.
And it's the
than
same.
Bill because
I'd say arguably the same thing with Tennant versus Capaldi. I think Tennant's characterization is so much more in depth than Capaldi. And people say that Capaldi's is in depth, but I think it's more in depth, like in concept, but not in execution. I think it's interesting because it's a lot more. Because he's older, it carries more sort of, I don't know, sort of weight, I guess, in concept. But I don't know about that. It's like the whole arc of him discovering the idea of like I strive to be never cruel and cowardly is not as complex as say. I want to have a life that I can't have, and all the things that come with it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like, well, they were inconsistent and they didn't nail the character until the last one. No, it feels like he went on a journey, and it's a journey that makes
I don't know about that.
lands him right where I want him. The companions are fantastic. Bill is great. Nardole is perfectly utilized after being annoying in the stories where he was initially introduced during some specials. Here, he's really well used. There are phenomenal individual episodes in this. It starts really strong with the pilot. Thin Ice is severely underappreciated. Oxygen is terrific. Extremis is really smartly done. We get Missy back, and like Missy and Capaldi, I will never tire of. But as much as there is a lot of good in this series already, the finale, and the final episode really specifically, World Enough in Time is one of the best dark episodes of Doctor Who, and
has a few couple of issues though, gotta say.
The Doctor falls.
Oh yeah, I think the two-parter is like really phenomenal, but it doesn't. I don't think it's like
and
a level of like series 3 finale, I guess.
Of everything
I would say it's probably on the similar level to like Army Ghost Doomsday in terms of quality.
I think I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I do prefer
really good with.
I do prefer Doomsday myself, but that's because I prefer those characters.
I love about not only Peter Capaldi's Doctor in specific, but the Doctor in general. Him saying why he does what he does to the Master and to Missy is what I will always hold up as the purest essence of what the Doctor is.
I do what I do because it's right, because it's decent, and above all, it's kind.
And for that to cap off this series, a series that I already loved.
I hate the color grading in it, but yeah, it's
it's trash.
It was foreshadowing Chibnall Who with that color grading. But just like imagine
it's better lit than the fucking scenes in every Dalek episode of Chibnall has done with the fucking
how much shitter that scene would be if it was Jodie Whittaker saying it as well.
Oh yeah,
because it wouldn't have the same like level of sincereness to it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's like when Capaldi is sincere, it's like you believe it, you believe what he says, because he's so embedded in the character.
It kind of seems like he's just like letting it all out at a point where like he's exhausted of having to deal with the Master, and it's just like he's just kind. That's all it is. There's no other agenda.
Yeah,
and he's just tired about all
I
of
personally
it.
I personally prefer a bit more complexity to my characters, but I still think that this works, even though it is quite, I don't know what the word is to it, but I tend to prefer more complexity in my, at least moral complexity in my characters than this. Although, having said that, like when you look at the Fifth Doctor's last story, it's kind of got a similar thing, except he doesn't really say it. He never really lays out why he does what he does. He just sort of does it, and you understand why based on his actions.
Right.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation, I think. But I do think that the 12th Doctor's sort of kindness arc in Series 10 is fine, but I don't think it's like the best thing ever, like some people say it is. Because I just think that
I would agree with that.
There are things with so much more dimension in this show that are done better.
My
Yeah, I,
favorite
I think a
Doctor-
lot of like the shortcomings of Series 10 come from the other two seasons with Capaldi being
Yeah.
having loads of issues, and so Series
Yeah.
10 I kind of just view it as like its own thing in a way.
Yeah, it's like it's more of a band-aid than a than like the best thing ever. That's kind of how I see it. It's like
yeah, exactly.
it's a return to form as opposed to being number one on the list.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because as I said, on the whole, I pretty much prefer like almost all of Classico and RTD over Series 10. That's just my taste, though.
Mhm.
But it is good.
in the best stories that he got at the peak of his characterization, having truly
Because for me, it's like
You mean when his characterization really
it's
started? to be honest?
what's so nice about those other things that I mentioned is that I don't have to think about how it's repairing things that were bad. I just get to enjoy it already being good and then being a good again and then being good again. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
the through line of cause and effect is a lot more strong.
earned becoming who he is, and then his fear at losing that.
I don't want to change again. Never again! I can't keep on being somebody else.
But being willing to sacrifice it
Oh, he's so good, fucking
regardless,
hell.
because it's kind.
It's just that.
I mean, in hindsight, I don't want him to change either.
Yeah.
Yep.
Capaldi was right for us.
Yeah.
Joe Brennan said that they said that this Capaldi thing is like Tennant, but actually better because they said that Tennant's motivation was like wanting to stay the same person, whereas Capaldi's was just not wanting to change at all.
But isn't that it's the same thing?
No, because
But
because
whatever.
like I think he tried to say like it's not about Capaldi wanting to stay as this incarnation, it's just him not wanting to be another person.
Right.
Yeah.
He's afraid he's gonna. Right. Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
Which
it's
also
not better than.
it's what the thing that's really like kind of iffy about it. I'll be interested to hear Ten's take on this. Is that the reason Moffat did that is because he knew that the gender change was happening, so he wanted to like give a reason for it. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I feel like you didn't need to do that for that reason, you know?
Yeah, I don't think that's needed.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. No,
Yeah.
not really.
Kind of feels like the usual Moffat shit where he tries to over-explain everything.
Yeah. Also, I've heard the strange folks say that Capaldi's their favorite Doctor because they're transcoded. They say that his character
Right.
arc revolves around not being comfortable with what you are and wanting to be something else.
I never saw it that way, but that'd be interesting when I rewatch it.
Yeah.
Part of me did kind of get transverse when he said, I can't keep on being someone else."
Yeah, I
Like,
just
I get that
again
every day.
I feel like this also is kind of like in hindsight because once we knew that the 13th Doctor was going to be female, it kind of retroactively makes the 12th Doctor look that way. Whereas I wouldn't look at like Series 8 at the time and think, yes, this is a transcoded character.
Right.
So again, we're kind of going back to Series 10, changing things that weren't there, as opposed to already being a thing. Whereas like if you look at something like Tennant, it's not like everything was planned because it wasn't. But the way that they tell the stories, they build off things that were already existed rather than retconning them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the Doctor, But everything that happens in Series 2 informs Series 3 and also 1 as well, and then like 2 and 3 inform 4. It's like there aren't things in Series 4 that change what Series 2 is. They just use 2's information to create something. So, yeah.
That looks so bad.
Just kind.
I can't even see it.
That to me is the best of Doctor Who. And that's why for me, Series 10.
Waters of Mars.
Yeah, I think there's better scenes than that. Even though I do like that scene a lot. I think the scene in Parting of the Ways where Eccleston says "coward any day" is incredible.
Yeah.
I think the
I
scene
think
in
the
Genesis of the
scene-
Daleks where the Fourth Doctor says, "Do I have the right?" Watch these two
Yeah, I
things
used
together.
that scene in the
And the
while
Daleks are
editing
finished.
Vanquish first.
Do I have
Yeah.
that right?
Such a good scene.
I
Then-
think the scene where Tennant in Waters of Mars goes, "You know that leaves me. It takes me all the years to realize the laws of ties are mine, and they will obey me." I think
will
that's the
obey me.
best scene in Doctor Who.
I probably would say my favorite scene comes from Family of Blood. So
Is it the scene that I put on
Like,
Twitter
cool.
with Joan and the Doctor?
yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been on Twitter, so but
Oh,
the scene where
it's the one. It's the one where she sees the Doctor and not John Smith, and he invites her on the TARDIS.
Oh,
Then
that
she-
scene is fantastic, but that's not the one I was thinking of.
Are you
It's,
thinking of the one where he locks away the family?
that
No,
too?
he's
But
thinking
no,
of
it's
He's thinking of the scene between John Smith and Redfern.
Oh yeah, you want me
the
to become
life they
like
could
that?
never have.
What sort of man is
No,
that?
the life they could never have.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
of course.
that
yes.
is the scene I'm
The
thinking of.
dream of a
That's
normal
probably
death.
Got
my
it.
favorite scene of the entire show.
It took you 4 tries, but you got it.
The dream of the normal.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're like 4 of the best scenes in the show, all in one episode.
Well, I got it. I understood
Yeah,
what he
that
meant. was-
episode is amazing. Yeah.
The dream of a normal
I'm
death.
better.
Yeah, that's a great scene. What sort of
Yes,
man is that?
that is a good scene.
And you expect me to die? Oh, I love that story so much. My favorite scene in Doctor Who is the end of Gridlock. I love that
That
scene
is
so
also
much.
really fucking good.
Oh, you should have seen
Great
it, that whole
stuff.
planet.
I love the way it's shot and everything, dude. It's like everyone's singing and then it's so good.
The second sun would rise in the south and the mountains would shine.
Gets the #1 spot. What's your ranking? How badly do you disagree with mine?
Not
Somewhat.
as badly
half
as
and
I
half.
expected, honestly.
Not as much.
yeah.
Not as much as last time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, me and Callum did a video. Mine was Flux 12, 11, 7, 6, 9, 8, 5, 10, 2, 4, 1, 3. And then Callum, I believe yours was like Flux 12, 11, 7, 6, 8, 9. What was after that?
10,
10 or 2? One of those two?
2,
Yeah, it was 2,
10,
10.
2,
No, it was 2, 10,
3.
5, 1, 4.
No, that was my old list, wasn't it?
No. You have 4 at the top, then 1, then 5, and then 3.
Let me check.
I'm right about the box sets and about this.
So you're saying I put 10 over 2?
Yeah, you did right. You shouldn't, but you did.
I didn't know.
You didn't?
Nope.
You sure?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Let me check. No, I did actually. No, yeah. I
Yeah,
did.
see,
I just
see?
loaded.
See?
No, I did actually.
See?
Yeah.
Shouldn't though. She put 2 over 10, and she put 3 over 5. That's just my opinion.
I think I even said I put the pretty much neck and neck, but I prefer
Yeah,
10
yeah.
because it's just a bit slightly stronger.
Nah.
I point.
Well, maybe if you included the
0.5.
Christmas invasion as part of Series 2, you would put it over 10, but that's just me.
Fuck's sake.
Let's also not forget that, you know, Doctor Mysterio and Twice Upon a Time are part of Series 10.
Well, that's why Series 1.
Let's not
Well,
forget
it was
that
always gonna be
Series
higher
10
than
is
5.
brought down by an
Get that
episode
edge.
called Twat.
Whatever your
Yeah.
thoughts are, drop something down in the comments. Let's talk about it. It's Patreon. You want to support what I do.
It's fine. We're
to
good.
keep
We
this
already
entire operation up and running. This is my living at this point, so any assistance is greatly appreciated. There's also a link there in the description, plus links to Twitch channel, Instagram, Twitter, my PO box address, etc., etc., etc. It's all down there. Check it out. But don't worry too much about it, because at the end of the day, my friends, you are the council. I'm just running the meetings, and until next time, this council is adjourned. Thanks for sticking around into the credits.
I think Jay has Chibnall at the bottom and then 6. What I remember them saying. And they got 1 at the top.
I have 7 and then 6.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
six
for
is
me would be.
six is
8,
better
9,
because it
2,
has.
10, 3, 5,
I think-
1, 4.
I think 6 is better because of the highlights.
Yeah.
Because 7 has a town
Exactly.
called Mercy, but 6 has God Complex, Girl Who Waited, and the Doctor's Wife.
Yep, it has more good episodes. 7 only has the Town of Mercy.
Yeah,
Which
but
even then
I guess
has its own issues.
I guess Jay's justification might be that 6's arc is worse, which I could see. I could see an argument for that.
It is pretty bad.
Yeah. Because like if you look at the finales, like Wedding of River Song, I think is a lot worse than Name of the Doctor. Even though the Impossible Girl arc is bollocks, you do get the War Doctor reveal, which is something. Although I'm pretty sure Jay's not a big fan of the War Doctor, right? Because I know they don't like Day of the Doctor.
Yeah, she says Day of the Doctor is the worst special of Doctor Who, which I disagree heavily.
Interesting.
Worse than Eve of the Daleks. Worse than Doctor Wit and the Wardrobe.
Yeah.
Worse
She
than...
says it's the one that damages the show the most, and it undermines the arc with the
look,
Time War, which I
do
disagree with.
Look, I do agree on the undermining the Time War arc, but I don't think that makes it the worst episode of Doctor Who. I think that's bollocks.
I think that's big bollocks.
I know. I think Jay also
I think
said
it undermines it anyway. I talked to Colin and Jeb about this at one point. I think just say that it undermines the arc is pretty.
Maybe when we get
content.
when we get Jay on EDAR, maybe we'll talk about Day of the Doctor. Maybe we'll do that.
That could be interesting.
Yeah.
Or maybe they'll do like Boris and we'll have to wait for the inquiry.
I say cheese and wine. I do agree with Orgy's take that Breaking the Wall in Heaven Sent's one of the best scenes in Doctor Who. That scene is not just the scene, but the bit before it, the line, and I hate that Hellbent changed this, but the line where he says, "No matter what I do, you still won't be there." I love that line.
Me too.
Oh yes, and that scene in the moon base with the second Doctor is like, there's some corners in the universe of evil, and it must be fought. And also the Callum, you know this one, the Caves of Androzani Part 3 cliffhanger. That scene is fucking incredible.
You're not gonna stop me now.
I made a promise I'll be safe with a friend. Are you gonna stop me now?
Great stuff.
Oof. Very good stuff.
So yeah, that video was better than last one.
Yeah.
But still had some questionable choices.
Yeah, I think I can somewhat accept the fact that Capaldi appeals to her more than Tennant as a reason as to why a lot of them are higher than the others. But other than that, there's some very strange. I think the possibly the worst take is series 12 being above 2 and specials.
Yeah.
I think that's the worst take.
Yeah.
And I also think series
the
6
worst.
being above series 3 is also a shit thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you reckon, Tenny?
What was the question again?
What do you think? What did you think of that video we just watched?
No, yeah. I was expecting worse, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sums up.
Just
Still not
like,
great.
Just bad takes, good takes, meh takes, just me.
I remember when we
There
saw
were some takes.
what was it like? Jimmy did a ranking a while back where they had series 9 at the top, then series 12, and then series 7. And then at the bottom, they had 3, 1, and 4.
Bruh.
It's like literally the opposite of my list. Something like that. Oh yes, the scene in Tomb of the Sidemen with the Doctor and Victoria. That's a great scene.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Nobody in the
Dalek
universe
also
can-
has one of the best scenes in the show. When the Doctor is
Has
going to kill the
multiple.
Dalek.
That's multiple.
Yeah.
Why don't you rid the universe of your filth? Why don't you just die? You would make a good Dalek.
Oh, so good. Fucking hell.
I remember Christopher Eccleston said like he asked them to keep the take where his spit came out because it added realism.
Oh, that's neat.
That explains it.
To be fair, I can completely understand that because it feels really raw. Like it's like
No,
to be
it's
fair,
clearly that it's getting under his
feeling
skin.
his lungs. Why don't you just die? Like, yeah, that is fairly.
One of my
Like
favorite,
that. He didn't go high pitch at the end.
one of my favorite
Yeah.
things about the special features from the Big Finish is I learned that on the day that they shot the scene where he's next to the Dalek at the start of the episode, he took Nick Briggs, voice of the Daleks, down into a room to rehearse the scene, and he literally did it to Nick Briggs. He did that scene with Nick Briggs standing there, and apparently it was so intense having Christopher Eccleston like go right up in your face and be like, "If you can't kill, then what are you good for, Dalek? You're nothing."
Oh yeah.
I watched it happen. I made it happen. God, imagine the privilege of having Christopher Eccleston rehearse that scene to you.
Imagine the privilege of having Christopher Eccleston spit on your face.
Yeah.
You know, I would-
Apparently the reason why he was able to invoke that much anger in that episode is because right before that he just had a break from shooting where he went to see his dad who just got dementia. And so
Oof, that's rough.
because his dad got dementia, he was like really pissed off. And like especially pissed off because he because of the, British medical stuff at the time, like couldn't get him all the help that he needed.
Right.
Oh, here we go. Here's a take from Chloe on Twitter. Tasman is kind of like the modern Time Lord Victorious arc that's had little clues throughout the era, but only actualized towards the very end.
No, it hasn't.
Divided opinions, but will make for great extended media in the coming years. You know what's really sad is that you know what's really sad is that she's a big fan of the 10th Doctor, so it's sad to see her say that. But
It's not nearly as well built up.
But she also thinks that Jodie's She also thinks that Jodie is better than Tom Baker. So there you go.
Well, okay, no, seriously, what the fuck is? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is one of the most garbage takes I've ever heard.
I should
about
think that
anything.
Jodie's better
I'm
than
sorry.
Tom Baker.
That is legit. I'm not gonna be mean. I'm not gonna be mean. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna be mean.
Don't be a bully.
I just said fuck off 5 times.
Yeah. Oh yes, the Doctor
That's what
giving
I'm
head
thinking
to the creature from the pit is one of the best scenes. How do you communicate? Puts his mouth on its
By your
dick.
penis.
Fucking love the creature from the pit. It's so fun. The 4th Doctor finds an alien more alien than himself. It's like a big green blog that communicates by rolling on people.
Yeah, that's nasty.
Nice. The companion departure in the War Games. I agree. That scene is delicious. Goodbye, Jamie. I remember someone saying that Inferno was on the level of the Ghost Monument. Well, that's a load of bullshit.
What?
What?
Inferno is fucking amazing, and the Ghost
I
Monument's
don't know if
crap.
that's like a massive insult to Inferno or a massive misrepresentation of the quality of Ghost Monument.
It's an insult to Inferno either way.
Yeah.
Fuck me, imagine thinking that Inferno and the Ghost Monument are on the same level.
I
Oh.
literally have not thought about them in the same sentence ever until now.
Yeah, Susan, goodbye is great. One day, I shall come back.
One day, I should come back. Yes, I should come back.
Until then,
Until then,
there must be no regrets, no tears, no anxieties.
anxieties.
Just go forward and know your beliefs, and prove to me that I am not mistaken in mine. Goodbye, Susan. Goodbye, my dear. Oh, the scene at the end of the massacre The Doctor is fucking great. I just hate that it's missing. I can only hear it and can't see it. Absolute robbed of a great scene. Same with the last scene from the Daleks Master Plan as well. That scene is, that hits like a truck. So you know how we say like the Davies finales always hit the hardest, like emotionally, like a truck. It's like that's Daleks Master Plan is like that, and that came out in the 60s. Fuck me. Although to be fair, that story is a 12-parter, so it has all the build-up it needs to really hit hard. What a waste! What a terrible waste! That's what the Doctor said about Flux when he watched it. What a waste! What a terrible waste! I hate that. That's what's happened. We've gone from that to the Doctor genociding 3 races and not batting an eyelid. What did she say in Eve of the Daleks to try and justify it? When Dan called her out for it?
She said that it wasn't her plan. She said it wasn't her plan. Like the Daleks are like, oh yeah, you caused the destruction of the Dalek race.
Yeah, imagine if
like, no, but that wasn't my plan.
Fuck, imagine if the end of the Daleks Master Plan, Stephen Taylor says that to the Doctor, and he's just like, "Oh, it wasn't my plan, my dear boy."
Yeah, it's like, oh no, yeah, I just used the Sontaran, just use the Sontaran stratagem to whatever the fuck. So yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, sadly, Power Spine, the Massacre and the Daleks Master Plan are the least likely ones to be recovered because they only had 1 copy each. In some cases, they had 2 copies, but Australia never actually broadcasted it, so they probably junked it because it was too dark. Because they're like, we're not broadcasting that shit to kids. Whereas, and then you got something like Marco Polo that has like 13 copies, and yet none of it exists. It's very weird. Apparently, New Zealand had a surviving copy for a while, but then it got shipped to like Iran or something. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to get going now.
All right.
Yeah, been fun.
Next week, if all goes to plan, we'll be able to film our super secret video that we have planned for Callum.
Yeah, I'm excited for Callum to finally understand what we've been hiding from him for so long.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes. Oh yes. It is. Jeb's very excited for that. Jeb's very excited.
As am I.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
As am I. Do this for years. Are you excited, Callum? Are you excited for the super secret video that you don't know anything about?
I am shaking in anticipation.
Oh, that's good. That is the reaction you should have.
Mm-hmm. I am just so excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ecstatic.
Eggs.
Eggs.
Oh yeah, the 4th Doctor's regeneration scene's so good. So underrated. It's the end. But the moment has been
prepared for.
It's so weird how people think that the 4th Doctor doesn't get a good regeneration. It's like, what the fuck? He literally saves the universe, man. And falls from a tower.
To regenerate. Bye, Marcus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we should wrap up there.
Yeah, this has been a good EDAR. We've got an EDAR mini coming out soon, where us 4 plus Jeb rewatched the Sontaran stratagem and the Poison Sky as a reaction to people's discourse around War of the Sontarans. So that'll come up soon when Callum's finished editing that. Probably hand it over to me. He'll probably hand it over to me to quality check it. But yeah, no, that'd be fun when that comes out. And then following that, we've got some plans. Got some fun stuff planned. But yeah, anything you two want to get off your chest before we wrap this up and end it?
Come and balls.
Yes,
I concur.
I concur. Master Kenobi has the common balls. May the force be with you, Master.
Master.
You sound like Metallica. You're like, Master! Master!
Master.
Master of Puppets. Master of Puppets be pulling the strings. Anyway, bye!
Bye.
Bye bye.